Pretty much, that's what everything's trying to do here. XLM 13, kind of topping off there. They're supposed to get a report in the first week of January on the ETF news. They're going to report what, if they're approving or if they're delaying again. That's what I've been hearing. So we should get some action then. Hmm. Avalanche accumulating 33.47. Looks like it's with Bitcoin. All right, Donnie. Let me see.
So GMT USDT pair, is that what we're looking at?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Currently at 29 cents. So GMT USDT pair.
It's weird.
My God, this JTO is not stopping only, yeah? option price discovery. God knows where it's going to go.
Kabir, if you want, you could go and like Donnie's YouTube and make a comment if you'd like.
He's got a YouTube.
Mm-hmm. Click on the general link. It's got it run. He's trying to keep it running 24-hour.
Samson, I don't know if you know, but Kabir is actually a only GAN subscriber.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's part of the family.
Nice.
So this worked out pretty good on this GMT here, Kabir. I'm gonna send it to your. I'm gonna put it in only GANs, but I'm also gonna send it to your DM. Okay.
Appreciate, sir.
I'm gonna give you a zoomed out so that you can see the targets, right? But then I'm gonna give you a zoomed in so that you can see the 4-hour closer up time frame targets.
Okay, thank you.
Wow, that really walks the line. So you're using the support there. So it broke out of that ring, you know, and it's trying to plow its way up. So I'd be watching that price range right there, just above where it's at. That 30. Where is that? How much is that? 30.01, 30.02 for a break back through, to see if it can get up there and get a good launch before a pullback. Fucking 88.63 cents. Jeez Louise, man. Algo's at 21 cents. What the fuck? I'm just looking at the charts. AVAX at 33. Man, this is insane.
I think we're just getting started. There still is a big pump before the crowd gets in and the whole madness starts, and then I mean I think we are almost like 75% there, maybe another 25% or maybe 50%, I don't know.
Well, I was just doing some measuring, and some of these moves, you know, it's like if they go to here, that's another 8%. 10%. So some of them are, haven't hardly moved at all. And so it'll be interesting to see if some of them take a break and then the rest of them take off. ICP, waking up there.
Yeah, like Rune has been resting for so long, everybody else is catching up.
Rune, though, has already done its run. I think Rune's over with. That's just my personal opinion. Rune done a big run, shit his pants, tried to run up, made a lower high. You know, I don't follow it close enough to understand what Rune truly is, but I think everybody's left it and went on to something else. It's kind of like those things where when everybody jumps on the Matic train, everybody will go trade Matic because it's moving, and then they'll go on to ADA. Like right now, ADA is moving, so everybody's trading ADA. It's what do you do? You trade what's moving, right?
Yep. But that's the thing. I think with the between that 6 and 7 is probably accumulating. It's not like fallen or broken the trend or anything in any way.
Yeah. So I'm gonna try to keep the YouTube running as much as possible. Um, there'll be times where I'll have to pull it down, clean up a little bit, put it back, but I'll try to keep the YouTube running as much as possible. I appreciate it if you could go like and subscribe. If you've got an extra device in the house that's not doing nothing, a tablet or something that's just laying there, if you could just let the YouTube play in the background, mute it, whatever, um, just to get me viewership, I'd really appreciate it if y'all got something like that to help out and we get this thing going. And then I think I've got to get 100 subscribers before I can monetize or anything like that. But as long as people are able to watch, those of you that are part of the group that don't want to burn up your cell phone with Discord, you can just listen through YouTube. And y'all know how I am with the chart. I'm always flipping back and forth through the chart. So Bitcoin's normally up there though.
Surely, mate. Of course, we'll do.
Have y'all seen or heard Crazy this morning?
No, not me.
No.
Watch this. I'm gonna call him. I'm gonna call him right here while I'm got y'all. I'll call him on it now. Hey Siri, call Crazy Fool.
Calling Crazy Fool.
Yo.
Yo, I've got you on speakerphone, so and I'm in group, and I'm holding down the mic. I just wanted to make sure that you're aware that ADA is now at 62 cents and Algo's at 21.
Fucking A. Yep, I am.
Just wanted to make sure you was aware because you hadn't come in here and blessed us with a crazy quote or nothing.
Yeah, I did. Go check.
I gotta go check. Gotta go look then. Gotta go look. I get up.
I'll be in there. I'll be in there in a bit though.
Yeah, I figured you'd be jumping up and down and probably doing cartwheels by now.
Oh, trust me, I am.
All right, brother. I was just calling to mess with you.
I'll really be doing it when XRP does.
Hey, you ain't lying. All right, brother. We'll see you in a few.
All right, bro. Peace.
I love getting him started first thing in the morning.
You can't tame that bull, man. I tried to mention a few things. He's like, listen, you know how I am. Nobody's gonna fucking give me shit.
He started at 5:30 this morning putting stuff in there. Lord, he's been up a long time.
Yeah, I think that's when maybe I got up at 6. Shit, last week I was waking up at 4. When you go to bed at like 9 o'clock, you wake up early. Like you say, you only get 6 hours usually.
Well, we had Qui-Gon come in last night. So, yeah, we went ahead and squashed that bug. And then he actually sat with us and learned with us, and Mr. Graybeard and Kabir and Willie.
He was late. They were up till like 3 a.m. or something.
Lord have mercy. So y'all had the night crew running last night then, huh?
Yeah, I mean they both were at it. It was fun
That's good, good.
discussing Solana.
Mr. Graybeard's still on here.
He must have fell asleep. He fell asleep, man.
Feather too.
I haven't talked to Feather in a couple of days. I hope I know she's she's posted a couple of pics, but she hadn't come in and spoke with us, so I don't know if everything's okay or I just hate not hearing from her. I know she's busy.
Is Feather also a friend of yours from Teams?
Well, here's the thing. I didn't know Feather until recently, but she's been around since Thames, and so she knows a lot of people, right? I mean, she's very knowledgeable. I mean, I Samson was like, man, you know her, and I'm like, well. Then she sends me a message out of the blue, and we started talking. She came in here. It's just me and her in here, and we started sharing each other's screen. And man, she's been so beneficial and so helpful.
Nice.
It goes crazy.
Even Rick was here for a long time with Kawhi and Mr. Greybeard.
Is he? I guess he's still in that trade, or is that? Yeah.
Yeah,
Is he on it?
he's probably riding. He's riding it.
He's shorting it.
Long. We only long, man. Long.
No, he's long.
No, he's long on $1 with some 200% profit or something, or 5,000% profit, and he's short on the bigger position or something.
Who's short?
He holds. What's that?
Kawhi, I think, was shorting and longing at the same time, like, but the shorting position is bigger or something.
Yeah, that's how you that's how you don't do it. But okay.
Yeah, but he's like on some 10x or something, or 5x, or I don't know. It's like liquidation is some 88 or something.
Not worth it. Not when everything's pumping. You know, it's kind of crazy to open the short. Just my opinion. Uh, I mean, look at like what those 7x percentages right there. You know, it's just a matter of setup. It's all about your setup and being patient with your setups. Not having to be in a trade, you know, every single day. You know, waiting for the right setups and then being patient with them, letting them play out.
I mean, I feel so like, when I hear you guys talk about the prices right now, like, oh, ADA's at 60 cents, and, everything is like $7, Rune, and this. I mean, for me, they're still so cheap. I've bought like Rune at 21 and ADA at $3, and, if I had the money, I would buy it right now.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. You know, it's tough. You know, when you get stuck at the top, right, and then you're sitting there like, now what the hell do I do? And you know, there's really only a couple of things you can do. You can take smaller bags and work it, and um, where you would take, let's just say $100, right? Just for instance, let's say you just to start recovering some of your money. So you took $100 of your Luna and you sold it so that you had $100 worth of cash to play with. And then you come in, you've seen a setup where you could buy Luna on a bottom, and with that same $100. Now, with that $100, where Luna's at, now versus where you were at before, what you do is you write down how many Luna you bought at that price, right? And then you have a target of where you want to take profit. You say, well, right here, would be a good spot for me to exit this trade. But I want to sell, and you add like, a few more Luna to it from your bag, because your profits are going to, allow you to try to buy that bag down. And you keep doing that over and over again until you get it broke even, or even start being profitable doing it. Does it take a long time? Yeah, it takes a long time to do that. But you can buy your way out of a bag. Another thing you could do is whenever these coins, get in the bottom like that, you can put a grid bot on them. You could sell some of that Luna, and you could take like, $500, and put on a grid bot and put it in a pretty tight range, and let it work up and down in that grid range, and let it, just basically dollar cost average you down. Let it run for, a month and a half. Hell, as long as you can. If you can get 3 months out of it, and it dollar cost you average you down, then that's another way to bail out. I actually used the bot method in order to get myself out of Doge. That's how I got out of my Doge bag.
I used the first method to get my rune down to like 675 from $21.
So the one thing that I always tell people, Kabir, I know that it's easy to get caught up in these low caps, um, but anytime that you set up any trade, the one thing that I want you to learn from this group is every single trade that you set up, you set up a stop loss. And if you don't know how to do it on your platform, tell somebody, and let's go off to the side in a private chat with a video call, and let's stream each other's screen, and let's make sure that you're always setting a stop loss no matter what trade you're in. That's the one thing I would love everybody in this group to learn, is how to use a stop loss, and how to use it so that it works in your favor, not against you.
You mean on spot?
Yes, it's spot, futures, everything.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's a bit too late because I'm like 60% down, right?
Well, it's not too late. It's never too late. Because if you're going to sit here and freehand trade, right? Every trade that you take from here on out should be a smart trade. Whether it's a little bag or a big bag. Just little bites, and work your way out of these bags. I mean, you're gaining knowledge, right? You're learning. So if you're going to sit here and learn it, put it to practice.
Yeah, that's the tricky part now. Like some of them are coming back to your price. Now you don't know what the fuck to do.
Well, and that's all part of your decision, right? I mean, it's um, you've got to weigh out the risk management on your side. How much is too risky, and how much is it's just not worth me trying to trade it and risking it. You got to build your confidence back up, right? You've got to get back to trading, and working your setups, whether you're trying to trade like me or you're trying to trade like uh, crazy. However your format's going to be, right? Then you've got to find a method and get your confidence back.
Yeah, true. I mean, I've kind of understood and learned a lot, anyways, in that sense. Like it's never enough. But I know my strength and weakness. Like futures is not for me. Spot it is, and in spot it is on longer time frames.
Yeah, I'm not. I can trade futures, but it's just not my where I want to be.
Yeah, I mean, I'll still play around in futures, but not like, with money that harms me. Donnie, what's your ultimate target for XRP?
$589.
Like in which century? In like 2099?
Honestly, buddy, right now, I I have a grid bot running on it, and I've got it to set take profit at $1. It actually takes profit at 9899. As far as where my personal target is, I've got $3.31.
Any time frame for that?
This next cycle, yeah, within
Within 3 years?
no, within 6 to 8 months.
$3 within 6 to 8 months?
Yep.
You're not kidding, right?
Nope. What I'm hoping for is another run up to the 90s mark. Uh, Whatever rejection pullback that we're going to do, it comes back. I load my bags. They settle whatever they're going to settle. The shit is over with. XRP starts booming. Then ETF winds up getting approved in January sometime. Maybe they wait closer to the halving and they approve the ETF before the halving. XRP's already started booming, then Bitcoin booms, which makes XRP boom even fucking more, and it goes just absolutely fucking ham. That's what my anticipation is. As far as realistic numbers on the chart, if you pull, big charts and you look at overheads, targets go well into the fives, and I've seen people show, 580 on a realistic target for this bull cycle, but without the volume, without you can say all these big numbers you want, but without market cap coming in, it'll never happen. None of these numbers will ever happen. If you don't see market cap, it's not going to come in.
I mean, if this happens in next 6 to 8 months, then I think I should just take a break and see you in 6 to 8 months and let everything be the way it is. Probably then it'll be in green by the time I come back.
Well, you're going to get resolution in the coming January, first week or two, on the ETF stuff. So you'll see if they approve it, then they're going to run it big and then sell. But I mean, a lot of this I'm hearing is already baked in the ETF, but I don't know. It's hard to say. Last time, just a rumor is enough. If we, if we get a drop, though, definitely on spot, start picking out some coins that Crazy's mentioning, Donnie's mentioning, um, and just hold them on spot. Or like what I want to do, like $100 on a few coins with like 2x, 3x, and not even worry about it. If you see them make big gains, you take take at least half the profit. If I did that on the last bull run, I was just doing spot and swing trading like $2,000 every time something went up, and I accumulated $2,000. Like Link, I'd sell it, wait for it to drop, and that was doing the drop in 20 minutes, a half hour, because things were so uh, volatile. But it was accumulation. It would be the drop and then accumulate, drop, accumulate higher and higher. It was so easy to trade on spot that way. So if I put that on 2x, are you kidding? I would have had a lot of. It would have been $2 million move if I held. If I just held them that way.
Well, the problem that you're going to be facing, I think, come January, February, you're going to see a lot of talk about the regulation. And by March, I don't think you'll be able to, we as United States citizens, will be able to touch any one of those leverage exchanges. I don't think.
Yeah, they're definitely.
Yeah, they're going to come after
It's
it.
gonna.
So when you say you're planning on, when you say you're planning on, that's tough plan because it's there's a good chance you won't be able to do that.
Well, no, I'm going to start doing it this week. I mean, that money that I made selling that Yell on stock market, I'm going to take it out of there and put some, not all of it. I'd probably use some of that because I think that's what I wanted to get your opinion and Crazy's opinion on stocks. I could make more on the crypto now than on stock because the stock market it's already blown up anyhow. But it just to me, I could do better with a couple $100 in very low leverage on crypto compared to sitting on even on Ford. You got to have a lot. If it moves 50 cents, you got to have, in my opinion. I'm not talking about putting $100 like on Ford. You got to put thousands to really make. If it moves 50 cents, then you're doing okay. But even on like my buddy does, he puts in 400 grand on Amazon and Tesla, and then he gets stuck. But he got himself. He DCA'd in. He's getting himself out. But I told him, why don't you put, 20 now on Tesla and DCA, but he doesn't like to do that too much. I don't know. I guess when you got that much in there, you got to be concerned. I wasn't when I sold that property and threw it in. I didn't. That's one thing about me. I don't value. I guess it just doesn't affect me. Lose $5,000 in a half hour when you have like hundreds of thousands in there. Now Clive, you use him as an example. He's millions. He's running a fund for his family, and it's a whole different ballgame. He has the patience to wait it out, and if not, he sells. He just takes a loss, like he did on some things, because he's got collateral.
Well, see, there's not going to be, so I could go over what I learned, before everybody started coming over to this group because I was with a stock group that I was over with, and I learned a lot with those guys. And the stock market is just as volatile and just as icky as the crypto market. Anybody that says, "Oh, stocks is blah blah blah," bullshit. They're not any fucking safer. I mean, I was watching these guys trade these fucking low cap penny stocks and shit like that, and making hundreds of thousands of dollars on live stream. Streaming their shit, and sitting here watching these guys take and put $20,000-$30,000 on a penny stock and pushing it and keep pushing it and keep pushing it, and then everybody takes profits, and you watch it go up 200-300%. Some of them even 1,000% in less than 2 hours, and then they dump the bitch. Everybody dumps. Everybody just starts dumping it, and some people can't even get out because there's not enough liquidity there to grab it. And
Right.
people hit the sell
Yeah.
button. People hit the sell button at 1,000% profit and wind up only getting 110% profit. That's how bad it is. But they talk trash about crypto, and it happens in every market class. There's a low cap that people take advantage of. I mean, you look at what people have done to. Look what SHIB was, and look where SHIB is now. Why do you think there's so much money in SHIB?
I don't know.
Because people made money with it and they got stuck. They're sitting there stuck. So if you bought Tesla at $400, what are you going to do with it? You're going to sit there and wait on $400 again, ain't you? Because you don't want to take a 100% loss. It's the same.
I'm with DCA when I see that the trend is.
If you don't have the money to DCA, how are you going to DCA?
Well, that's the whole point. If you're not liquid enough, yeah.
That's the problem. People have no trading strategy. They have no sense of what a portfolio setup should look like, because 90% of retail, and this is going to sound weird to you because it's not something you probably ever heard of, but 90% of retail has less than $1,500 to invest. Did you know that?
I knew that a lot of people don't have enough, but I don't know what the percentage was.
So do you know how many people are searching for a way out, that look for companies that would charge $20-$30 a month, $40 a month to help make them money? And these companies promise to set up bots or set up a portfolio for them that will make them 2% a day. And people sit there and do the math. With 2% a day, but if this moons, then I could be, I could turn that into this in 6 months. And they're sitting there in their mind, because they don't feel comfortable enough trading these markets, that they'll pay somebody else $30-$40 a month, sometimes even $100 a month, to manage their money, because they think that $1,500 can make them that much money. But in all reality, as you and I know, that $1,500 wouldn't even pay for a full subscription on 3 commas a month. So, and especially if it's poorly invested, you're going backwards the whole time. So that's why I say, man, people don't understand, because everybody thinks that that retail has a lot to do with these markets, and unless it's market makers, retail don't have nothing to do with these markets. Market makers can help influence a candle, once it starts, but that's about it.
Yeah, but I don't understand why you don't see that retail is sucking in. I mean, the hedge fund guys, the big money is sucking in retail when they do push it up. and then people jump on it.
All right, poor
They see,
poor
yeah,
trading
going-
skills, right? Like I just said, that's poor trading skills. Instead of coming in
Right,
and looking for the bottoms, they're looking for the hype. Everybody's hyped up. Let's go. We're gonna miss the train.
I know, but right. But the point is that they do help the hedge funds by doing that, because then the hedge funds get out. You know.
Yeah, you're the
Stop
exit.
them.
You're the exit liquidity. Those
Yeah.
people become exit liquidity.
But Donnie, that's the life I lived on the channel. You know, you heard me speak of it all the time. I was one of them that jumped on the cannabis. I happened to catch the pennies, and some of them, each one was 60 grand profit, or 40, 60, because I started with friggin', I don't know, $500. It was millions in it, or $1,000, and that it all blew up. And that's when I got my dad. I told him, look, this shit is moving. Forget your damn Cisco and your Microsoft sitting at $23, $25, which he doubled already. He bought it at 12, and it's sitting there for 2 years or 3 years, the same goddamn price. It was a whole boom time. I forget what year that was, but it was switching. People were coming into the stock market. Let's put it that way. They were seeing this CNBC streaming the ticker like I saw, and they did the same thing probably that I did. They jumped on whatever was moving, and then they said, I could take my 401k, my company, like my company, Tyco bought it, and I had to transfer my 401 into Ameritrade, and I started using that as collateral. Plus, I had a rental, so I did have liquidity, and I just happened to hit it right. It's luck too, I didn't know shit about shit, but I did see what you're saying. They moved those little pennies from 000 to 10 cents. They didn't go to $1. They didn't have to. You put in $1,000 on 000 and it goes to 10 cents. Hello. That's what I was telling Crazy yesterday. I was exhausted, not stressed, but tired of clicking that button. Like, oh man, just made 5 grand in 15 minutes, and then put it back in when on something else or whatever. And I was doing that for my father, myself, my brother, and my mother. She didn't want to. I didn't want.
Well, see, all that's easy to do in a bull market. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's easy to do in a bull market.
And it's easy when you have liquidity. That's the main thing. That's why they tell people that are married and have kids and don't have the liquidity, don't get too risky. Just do what do they say? Buy the necessities like Clorox and that kind of thing. But if they want to make quicker money, that's the thing. Then they jump in a higher risk shit. But I was just lucky to, and same thing with the crypto. I was lucky. But it's not only luck. I mean, I was concentrating on what's going on. So it is, you know what I mean? It's interest. I have the interest. Instead of going out drinking and whatever, I'll have a couple drinks here and keep an eye on what's making me money. And even when I was out for dinner or something, I'd, keep an eye on things. Even when I went to the dentist, Donnie, which I got to go actually next week, maybe for cleaning. But I even told him, shit, 3 years ago when Bitcoin happened to be in the fucking 8,000 or whatever it was, 14. I know it was 14 2 years ago. Or actually, it's not even, right? Because it kept on pulling back down. And yeah, right now, today, I'm just holding. And I got to run around, so not even worried about. I got my stops in. My issue is now, should I set my take profit, Donnie? Right? I mean, I'm sure you set your full trade.
Yeah,
Stop
I mean,
loss,
I don't.
take profit.
I'm more of a I try to be as organized as possible and trade the TA that I lay out. So if I say I'm gonna buy here, then I want my stop loss here and my take profit here. And if it runs past me, oh well, I got mine. Because that was what I intended to get. And if it does more than that, then I need to work on my TA a little better, right? But I always set my take profits. I can't sit there and say, well, it may go here, so I'm just going to sit on it. Because then you wind up forgetting to move your stop loss up, or you round trip it. If you perform a trade and take that trade, you make money. And if you make the money that you were targeted to make, then you executed your plan perfectly. Now, learning on the backside of it, let's say your target was 5%, 10%, right? Just on a short swing trade, and it winds up going 20, 30%. Where did you go wrong? What should you have been looking at in order to make that better, right? That's the type of stuff that you get better at. Once you get to the point where you can buy here and sell here, and then you start honing in the skills on how to buy lower and sell higher.
Yeah, it comes easy. It becomes easier. If you get a good in, it's a no-brainer. You can set your stop loss there, and you should be good for unless some crazy event happens.
Right.
But yeah, I have to get better at setting take profit because a lot of times I don't even do it. I just like those overnight trades. I'll wake up. I just wake up and by 6 a.m. EST time, it's already hit the top or at the top on a on its move. I've noticed quite a few times, um, and sometimes it went even higher, but I'm still in a good profit, and I'll just wake up, look at it, and take it without even thinking twice. So I have to get better at setting the yeah, and it's not hard. I mean, I have to just not be greedy and, like you said, set a percent. What percent do I want to take? 5%? 10%? Which wishful thinking, right? Anything
Yeah. I mean, what
that
I
too
what I want
high.
to do is I look back to the left and what kind of trend are we in? Are we in a tightening wedge? Are we in a broadening wedge? Are we in a falling wedge? Are we in a rising wedge? And I just follow the pattern and play from one side to the other. But Samson, I gotta go take care of the chickens. Hannah don't feel good this morning, so I gotta go feed the chickens.
All right.
I'll be back in a bit.
All right. So what I got to do now is look at some profit areas.
Good morning, Gav. Yeah.
What up, man?
What's going on? Total three's going on, huh? Fucking altcoins, man. Look at Phantom. Wow. Phantom ripping. Sheesh. Wish I held on to a piece of that trade. Beta. That's hilarious. My goodness. Algo.
Rip it.
It must be my day. Ada and Algo are running at the same time. God is good.
There you go.
My ledger is over a month. I'll tell y'all real quick. My spot bag is up. This is with. Okay, so my spot bag is up 73% in a month.
That's awesome.
Yeah, man. That's fucking amazing. It is going to cool down, though, that's for sure. I know that for a fact. We are going to get nice pullbacks when this thing's done. ETH Classic getting happy, too. There's your signal of strength on the daily. On the larger structure. Where'd Donnie go? Make breakfast? USDT dominance is not hanging on either. That thing's got a nice leg another leg down to make. I see Doge cooled off a little bit. That's interesting.
Yeah. Up early last night, saw a drop coming. Talking to Anonymous.
Yeah, it looks like it's down 5% from the 10.5 and change it was at. ADA getting a nice pullback. There is a chance, just looking at the Solana chart, if you hang on to support here, 75 bucks, I'll be adding to my long again. Nice ABC on the daily. Just got to do that SR flip and we're good to go on that. Let the market tell me what it's going to do first.
Well, what I miss? Apparently nothing.
Hey, what's going on, Mr. Dunny?
Mr. Graybeard, how are you this morning, sir?
Oh man, I'm having a little coffee. I'm a little late. I stayed up late last night, man.
That's what Kabir said. Said y'all was up late. Do you have any luck getting Qui-Gon calmed down?
No, actually, we talked real. I can't wait to see. Well, I hope y'all pick Saul when y'all do your thing, and I think he got a pretty good case. We disagree a little bit on the pullback, but I mean, his rationale lines up as far as data. I hate when he gets into the buyers and sellers and order blocks. I mean, he put too much sentiment in there. But yeah,
And that comes from emotions, and people don't like to admit that, right?
it's fundamentally sound. I mean, he can apply some data to it if he stay. Well, you'll see. I can't wait to see what numbers y'all come up with.
Yo, good morning. How y'all doing?
Hey, what's going on, Mr. Crazy?
Just watching this shit fucking rip, man. Look at my baby Ada and my baby Algo. God must have heard me. Let's making both of them run at the same time.
Man, more than that is going to start running. That's my only thing I keep trying to get across. Maybe we'll get to some volume. Does that chart of yours do volume too, Mr. Danny?
No volume.
Oh, okay. Well, we just keep watching what we. Yeah, I think we're gonna get a lot of volume.
Yeah, I think so too. What you mean spot volume for Bitcoin specifically, or volume in altcoins, or just
Yeah,
volume overall?
yeah. I'm talking about volume. I'm really thinking alts. The alt run is starting, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I could show you something that's pretty cool if you want to. It'll only take a couple minutes if you have a minute. Let me pull it up. I think you missed it last night. Were you in here when I showed that Coin Trader Pro thing with the amount of days?
Oh yeah, yeah. I was right. I was here for that.
Okay, so you did see it. How it's 180 days that I know the blockchain backer showed that we were at the point. The thing that gravitated me. Let me pause this video. Hold on. The thing that made me gravitate towards looking into it more was what he showed with the timing, right? When alt started taking off, it was like 182 days before the halving, right? That's when you start seeing the volume increase. And I dug in a little bit further and noticed that the 182 days after that 182 days, and if you know anything about mathematics, which I know you do, the number 360 is very important, and that's 182 times. So the 180 days before the halving, you start to see alts wake up, right? They get off the floor and they show their ass a bit. And then the 180 days preceding that, the alts find a local top and they chop sideways for that 5 to 6 month period. And then they take off. And that's happened twice. So that's fun, you know?
Yeah,
So that tells us we ain't gonna get the prices that we got over the summer, um, or even just a couple months ago, probably ever again. I could say that confidently.
would say yesterday's price won't be today's price.
That's right. Fucking A.
Hey, hey, Mr. Dunny.
Yep.
I didn't even get to ask my question. We got sidetracked when you was talking about those new stable coins.
The FUD
The,
coins.
are they FUD coins?
I think they're fake as shit. I mean, they're real, but I think it's a way to wash money. Other than that, I don't know. I don't see. I don't get it. Why build a transparent coin when all you're gonna do is wash USDT into it? What's the point?
Oh, got you on that. But I guess my question is more leaning towards uh a couple of days ago, me and Mr. Strings was having a conversation about market cap. And total market cap, we had a $3 trillion total market cap. And in order for us to get, and I'm not saying we're going to get a 100K Bitcoin or $100 XRP or 4,000 Ethereum right now in this iteration of the market. But I do believe we're going to need some type of 6 trillion, $7 trillion market cap as a whole to get there. And I have been trying to figure out where would that money come from in the current way the market is structured, because there's only so much money in the world, is all I'm getting at. And I'm trying to figure out where would let's say we
So
get
so easy
back
easy
to
answer. Easy answer. Mr. BlackRock told you on stage the other day, right? He told you the other day, right there on stage, what's coming. The digitalization and tokenization of stocks, bonds, and 401s. That's where it's going to come
gotcha.
from. Because I mean, he sat
So
there and told you that bonds would be a pretty much an NFT, right?
on
Your
smart contract or something. I
yeah.
got you.
So your 401 portfolio will be an NFT that you'll be able to look in and see what's going on, right? And then you also have, so inside, and this is where people don't understand what an NFT is, right? Um, so you can create a small business on an NFT and sell that NFT as selling your small business. And the same way you can set up a portfolio inside of an NFT and sell that NFT to whatever individual for ever how much, right? And you're also going to see stocks being backed by, this stock is, or this crypto is backed by said stock, blah blah blah, right? I think he laid it out for you right there on stage, telling you what was coming, and we had to get ready for the new age.
Oh,
Cool. So that's in essence, that's gonna be, man, that's a double digit market cap then.
Yes,
So
sir. You remember 2 years ago, maybe 2.5 years ago, you and I were talking about that Stellar Lumens and how Stellar will be the platform for the stock exchange.
yes, I do remember that. The liquidity pool.
oh, that would be so fire, man. You imagine how much that would send whatever asset is being used to the fucking moon, bro?
What's
Because
crazy? They
all
already
of that,
showing it to you, baby. They already showing it to
yeah,
you.
that come right
24-hour
now.
trading. 24-hour trading. They're already putting it in test swings right now.
Yeah, that is true. I remember that.
Cardano sets eyes for best weekly close since 2021 bull run. Talk to me. Damn. Love that. Seen
Uh,
that bitch before it happened too. Like I'm
hey,
psychic.
it's working on that damn
Well,
200
let's
E.
let's go look. Let's go look. I hadn't done it. Let's go. Let's build a chart.
Is it on the 200 on the weekly? I haven't even looked at MAs lately, man. I don't know why. I'm just looking at the structure, man. It's just beautiful.
I agree. It's coming right up into that sign of strength phase. So I wouldn't be surprised if it get up there. Well, let me see what Donnie Bill's on the Ganzilla. About 70 cents start
Yep.
accumulating up in there.
Yep. That's my target is around 70.
But hey,
Solana looks like it might want to get out of here. Go ahead. Sorry, Graybeard.
no, I just want to finish that thought. Mr. Dunny was talking about that. So in essence, we're talking about adoption being a whole lot closer than we can really imagine. Not a 20, not starting in 2030, maybe starting like next year or 2025.
I'm saying starting January 1, um, because Europe, the EU goes live with theirs on January 1 with their CBDC.
Man, that would be bananas.
I mean, our United States government is they're going to do it in a position where it's forced down people's throat, and I think that's what's going to scare a lot of people. But they're afraid of a bank run if you go any other way. So if they come in and said, we're working on this project, and this is the way the United States economy is going to work from now on, do you know what kind of bank run you'd have? I mean, it would collapse the economy. Everybody would run right to the bank. They'd close out their 401s, they'd cash out their bonds, and they'd be buying crypto right now, wouldn't they?
They know how to season people with that though. But I think that it'll be very similar to the way that the credit card system came in. People were terrified, man.
Yeah,
They didn't want to use credit cards.
it was just dropped right in their lap. This is how you do this now, y'all.
Yeah, I mean, it would catch a lot of people off guard here as well if you did not roll over at 48K. I do believe we're going to. I'm firm on that. Even like a 46K, 46, 46 and a half would not shock me if we rolled over. If you look at the monthly candle closes and opens and all that shit.
BTC.
Yeah, I could see a 50% retracement from that, uh, roughly 48. That would bring you back down to 36K.
Yeah.
37.5, 35K. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's so difficult to see. I got to know where the local top is first. But if you go ahead and fill this order block, which it looks like you're going to, uh, technically that is I mean, it's just I feel like it's going to be a lot of I don't know, man. It's such a hard call because this market can get really crazy really quickly. I'm aware of that, so I don't want to be naive. But on a technical basis, it would make a lot of sense to roll over there, man. I mean, it's hard to ignore that. But BTC doesn't give a fuck about technicals sometimes, man. I'm well aware. It doesn't always go with the favorable probability. I mean, you're getting ready to get the golden cross on the weekly now, which should be a local top signal. That would be the first golden cross ever on the weekly for Bitcoin, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, man, let me throw some.
Yep, you've never had a golden cross on the weekly on Bitcoin in its whole history, and you're gonna get it here within the next month.
Oh man, yep, that's the top signal.
Yep.
So
Yeah, that'll have retail FOMO and they'll golden cross, golden cross.
I think it's some people in pain right now. when they cross that 50% line, Joker's already started saying, well, first it says, okay, it's approaching that 50% mark. If it gets through there, it's good. Some people jumped in right there. And then even more people are going to jump in within this range as it maneuvers its way up to where you're talking about that 48. Even more people are going to capitulate right up in there. And they're going to shit bricks when that 50% pullback comes in. And then
I
take off. It's like a trauma. Uh,
Yep.
it's not funny, but that's
No, it is funny. It's 100% funny. This is the way the world works. You know it as well as I do. You know, successful people know it. Unfortunately, in this in this country, uh, me and my old man were were talking about it yesterday. The intelligent people make money off the stupid people, man. It's cut and dry. It's that simple. There's no way around it. We pick up where the stupid people leave their, you know, when they drop their money, we pick it up.
that's what I was talking to Mr. Clive, and he was like, "Man, I don't think the same amount of retailers are gonna return," and that could very well be true with the what's going on with the business cycle. But I can just almost guarantee people just do whatever they people do what they want to do, and they find a way. So
Brother, let's look at how much these fucking people like gambling, bro. Look at all these gambling sports book websites. People love gambling. They love trying to make a quick dollar. And
yeah,
when they see these prices skyrocket like this, that's a ticket to freedom for them when they don't understand. Oh, this thing's gonna go to, they see big green candles, or they know that the price oh, this was at 10 and it's at 30. Well, that means it could triple again. The normal man does not give it, they don't know, man or woman, right? They don't know what's going on. They don't know about technicals. They don't know any of this shit. But they see it as a gambling opportunity. And people love gambling. So they always come. When there's an easy way, when what's the word I'm trying to say? When there's a get rich quick um, scheme presenting itself, the sheep run in, man. They run in.
well, hey, get your knife ready because we're there. We're right there in that sweet spot.
Yep. Yeah, look at the volume on AVAX, man. I mean, you had a huge volume spike in early November, and then you're getting it again here in December. That's
Four
the
year
highest volume in
four year
a
low to
since
low.
one.
4 year low to low chart built, right? I'm building a big ass chart, forecast chart. This is a monster chart. But top of the box takes you to $15.114 trillion. And that's just
Bananas.
on a one ratio, right? So I mean, I could easily build it on a smaller one, but it's nowhere near like your next one down is only like $3.5 trillion. So when I go to the next one ratio up, it takes me to 15.114.
That's Raul Paul or Raul. What's his name? Not Raul Paul. Is that his name? The fucking guy that's all about
Yeah, that's him, Raul.
ETH.
Oh, the
That's
ETH.
Raul Paul. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's his target is 16 trillion. He said this is a $16 trillion market in the making.
For sure.
that's crazy, Mr. Dunn. I see it.
Watch this. Watch how crazy it really gets. Look at your vertical timings. Support,
Oh man.
Jeez.
resistance, support. I mean, and this is just on a. I could go to a smaller chart, but 4 year cycles are real, and you go look at bottoms to bottoms and tops to tops. 4 year cycles are real, right? Normally I do 1080s, and I was like, you know what? There's something that I need to do here. So that I find, you know, top to top, bottom to bottom. So if I go out even onto like a a week, right? So when you go out 205 weeks, it's a long damn time, right? But even when you go out here to the weekly chart and you look, you haven't even truly made it through the break of your first major yet. And looking, your first circle, you still got plenty of headroom before you run any real headaches don't come in till about the 3 trillion mark. And then once you blow through that, then you got a quick excellent elevator ride up there that's going to take you up around 4. And then once you get across the 2.5 on this build, you're crossing the 433 mark. And once you get above that, then you're in an upward ramp once you get past this circle. So you look September, October 24, explosion.
That is insane, man.
And if you watch me build that, you know that I didn't do any correlation. I just used math. I used numbers. That's all I used. Point of reference of my low was my only correlation. Everything else was built on the square, right? I was using 360 times 4 to give me my number for the daily setup, and then I used a 1 ratio for the top. That's all I did. And that catches people off guard. They're like, what? What does that mean? But if you look right now, your next headache is at 1.68. That's your next headache on there. And then you zoom in on the 4 hour.
What's that band? That blue band to the right?
That's your fan.
Okay.
That's your first fan, and you either get on them and ride up, or you get to them and ride down, and that's somewhere in the ballpark. Motherfucker. 21st through the 23rd. God mighty.
Yeah, it's right before the solstice.
Every
Or right.
time. Know how I even built this on a 4-year chart instead of a 3-year chart, and it came up like that.
That is crazy.
Check this out, fellas. I'm gonna go ahead and just put it in general. So there's your 0.5 of your macro move, right? That's others market cap. You're in a clear breakout. You got through the 0.5 for now. You definitely want to hang on there to 185. You can hang on to that. Expect another 70, 80 billion to go ahead and into this, which would be, that would give you 230, 240 billion. That's your 618. It's your next stop.
That's great. We were just talking about that last night with Mr. Kabir.
Beautiful. Yeah, if you want to be bearish, just flip the chart, right? That's what I should have told them boys over there. But we've seen it, Graybeard. I know you've been around and Donnie's been around, and I've been around for a whole cycle as well. Only one for me. I know y'all have. But yeah, when you see people do these things in these scenarios where they want to short the whole way up, uh, it's a repeating thing, man. I saw the same shit last cycle. People were, oh, it's gonna come back. We have to pull back. We have to do this. I feel like we're too overbought. Okay, buddy. Well, let me know when you feel like you're broke because you missed out.
Yeah, you can't fight that volume.
I'm getting ready to mess Mr. Graybeard's head slap up. All right, Mr. Graybeard, I gave you access to the hidden channel in here, and all I can tell you is happy hunting. It's called Only Gans Pay Room. That'll keep you busy for a minute. You may have to leave this room and come back in order to be able to see it, but you should see Only Gans Pay Room under.
I'm looking and I'm like, man,
I've been a busy bee. But that's why I put that behind the paywall, right? Because there's a lot of work put in that room. And I tell anybody that if you're going to be part of this group and you're going to build a chart, whether you're doing ABCs, whatever you do, right? Because all of us do something different on the charts. When you put a lot of effort and time into something, don't stick it out there in the general public. I do time to time share just so people see what we're talking about. So I have roles set up in this Discord. If somebody just comes in and say hey, and then they don't come around a whole lot, they don't get a role at all, and so they don't get to see squares of 9 and 36. They don't get to see Ganzilla tries. They don't get to see some of these other rooms. Once I give them bots people role, then they're able to see that stuff. And then if they're willing to donate to our time and efforts, they'll donate $20 to me, and then I'll give them access to that run. And it's not that I'm trying to get paid on the work. It's just I don't want these charts flying all over the damn internet without people understanding that there's a lot of time and effort that goes into this shit. And the least you can do is give me $20 if you're going to sit here and steal my shit.
yeah, y'all been real busy, Mr. Donnie. And
I mean, I've got stock charts that I've worked on. I've got different cryptos I've worked on.
but people still would need a doggone class to even understand what they're looking at
Yeah,
or have an idea.
but if you understand anything about support and resistance, you can look at those charts and get a good idea of what you're looking at.
Yeah, that's true. That is holy crap.
And I normally update, Bitcoin, a couple times a day. But since we're stuck in the same range, there ain't no sense in updating it a couple times a day. I mean, nobody's really heavily trading it right now because of the, it's in a $1,500 range, right? So just if somebody said, "Hey, Donnie, I'm trying to trade Bitcoin today. Can you give me support and resistance?" Then I would be glad to go on that chart and get you dialed in so that you can, trade a range. I could do that on the Ganzilla and show you support and resistance through the day. And you can see that where I mark it on some of them charts.
That's crazy. I'm tripping out on this timing thing. Now you seem real accurate on this the time. I never know nobody can do that.
You think I'm pretty, don't you?
Yeah, you look pretty good.
So I mean, it takes a lot, right? I mean, there's a lot different stuff we could do. I could do projection builds. I can do a circle build. Like I had an AVAC circle built, and using the previous high, and the AVAC circle lined up to a fucking T, and then all of a sudden it runs out the top of the box. So I have to leave the circle box, the circle build, and go to a forecast build. And forecast build is where I have to go out, a minimum of 360, right? So you build in 360s, 360, 720, 11 or 1080 or 1440, right? So you either build 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year charts, and you're either building from mean high or mean low. You build it down the same way you build it up, and you're forecasting, here. Well, we all know that when you go to forecasting, that you're looking back to the left for support and resist or support, right? So even if I built, how would it be the best way to do this? So if I went to Bitcoin and I built Bitcoin from $69,000 down, right? And I built out 3 years, you'd be like, then I'd have to start that chart again once we reach low, and then build it out 3 years. Does that make sense?
Yeah. From the high to the low, 3 more years.
Right. So you can forecast, even if you done, a 2 year chart, you can forecast with that, but there's possibility that you run out. The trick to it is your ratios. The 1-to-1 ratio. That's why whenever you look at GANs, like if you pull a GAN fan and you go look, there's a 1-to-1, 1-to-4, and I showed you that the other night, right? So that's why when you build a 1-to-1 ratio, you're building on the power factor from where you're at. You're not building on anything other than the math of that move from that point. And it how it figures it in that system, I have no idea. But I can go to blah 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 coin and you be like, what the hell? That don't make sense. But why can I go to Doge and put the numbers in Ganzilla and do a 0.001 pull up and tell you that the most extreme top that you'll see on this pushing cycle is 36 cents, and then go to the chart and build it and build the damn chart to 35 cents? Why is that correlation there? Why does that even work? You know what I mean?
That's that 42 laws of the universe.
See there? I mean, it's unreal, right? So when you start doing this stuff, it's way more than just, you got to find the commons, right? So the common is highs and lows, right? That's your only common ground, correct? Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
So
Yeah.
then your next common ground to be able to figure out would be the math of it, which is 360. And if we're going to use the 360 as the point, and everybody's like, why not 365? Because it's 365 days in a year. Well, in all actuality, it's the 360 winds up equaling the 2.934 years cycle. So that's why I like to use the 1080 cycle versus the 720 or the 1440. You'll get better accuracy with using the 1080 than I found with the 1440 or the 720s.
Really?
And that's where Gan would do 3 year. So he would use the start of his math was that. So if he started at a low, he would use a 3 year span to be able to do his highs and lows. And he done his math off the 45 with the correlation with the planets. And he was 92% win rate with his forecasting for over 38 years.
No,
90,
I can probably.
92%.
I think that's a mathematical rule, Mr. Dunning. And when you say the 360, I think about the unit circle and the quadrants in the unit circle. And as you say,
360
yeah,
degrees.
yeah. But so as you go out, 360 is one full rotation, 720 is the second rotation, and your 1080 is the third rotation. I'm trying to think, is that a rule of it was some rule back in trigonometry. I'm gonna have to go back and look at it.
630. 630 rule. I think
And
that's where you're going.
but
Is
yeah,
your
but that's mathematically sound as to why you think that. I mean, well, why that is so accurate. Is I'm gonna say it like that. It's some principle on there.
I mean, it's tough to wrap your head around when you're outside looking in, right? And it's so. What if I told you that when you look? All right. So, can you still see my chart?
I'm looking right now.
All right. So, what if I told you? And this is where I'm working on. So, be patient with me here. I might have to. How do I do that line? What if I told you that on the GAN and his math, the way he did his math, equals 90 degrees? What if I told you that?
I will believe that. I could see that.
All right, so hang on. Watch this. So what if I told you that also is 90 degrees?
I believe that as well.
All right. So his math from this low to this high to this low is 90 degrees. Whether this is 30 degrees and this is 60 degrees, or whether this is 10 degrees and this is 80 degrees, this play is going to be 90 degrees. Right?
Makes sense.
The same way with this one. So put these two plays together is 180 degrees of the 360 degrees.
Gotcha.
So when we look at this is where it gets ugly, because I'm trying to understand how to do it in a daily format. So that, and do you look at, so if we were looking at this, right? This is all right. So if I'm looking at it on a daily format, is that my 90? And this is my second 90 for the 180 of the 360? Or is this is where I'm trying to learn, right? So, or would this right here be 90? This right here be my 180? You feel what I'm putting down? Trying to find the
Yeah.
location is where, because if I can learn the location of how that plays, and then understand the lunars and planetary alignments to get the math out of it, then that's where you can come in here on a weekly time frame and draw some circles and say, this looks to be the math that I've come up with.
So, well, let me ask you this. Now I see everything that you just did. So right now we got 270 degrees all marked out, right?
Right. So you're catching
I
on.
mean,
You're already on the boat. I don't even have you're heading right. You're going right down that rabbit hole.
so I would just ask. You see where your game first started. There's a smaller 90
Yep.
right there. Would would could that be the first 90?
Well, and that's where I say, because in the beginning we deal with a small
Yeah,
small
right
group,
there.
because everything right here is tied up in fibs, right? When we look at the
Uh-huh.
Ganzilla, we're tied up in fibs. But then you come over here, you're tied up in 45s the same way you're tied up in fibs, right? So if this is your first 90, this is your second 90, so there's 180. This is your third 90, this is your fourth 90. So that's
270. So that sounds like a full cycle
so that's a
right there.
360-degree cycle right there, right? And
Yeah.
guess what that was?
What was it?
That's
A
your
week?
next low before you launched. All right, so let's go look at Bitcoin. I gotta go to the daily.
When y'all are done, I want to show some shit real quick about ADA. I want to show y'all something pretty cool on ADA, on how I seen this move coming a bit. I'm watching as well though. This is fascinating.
Yeah, that is pretty cool.
And then Luke wants to talk about that miner too.
Oh, I'm sorry. So, Mr. Graybeard, so if I go to Bitcoin, so what if we do? Where's my continuous line thing at? I don't know why I can't ever find that thing.
I think I know what you're talking about. The
Path, there it is. All right, so we're going to do path right here.
That's a full cycle.
That would be a full cycle. So there's 90. Yeah, no, that's wrong.
But I
That's
just saying
wrong.
because I'm seeing some smaller. I'm
Yeah,
seeing
that's
some
wrong.
smaller
That's wrong.
A's
I'm
in
sorry.
there.
I screwed that up. I'm sorry. Let me. I grabbed the wrong tool. So that would be your first 90, right?
Yes, sir.
So do we go here to here,
I would think so. Yeah.
or do we go all the way up here, or do we go here, then to here?
Yeah, that's a little small.
See, that's where it gets complicated. What is? That's what I'm saying. What do you call full cycle? But if I do it, hold on, let me. So if I do, all right. So there's 90.
Uh-huh.
Oh poop. There's 180. There's your next 90.
It's 270, 360.
So if I look at it that way, right? So 90, 180, 270, 360, and look how that works because that was your higher low before you took off. But understanding how this cycle works inside of what I built, like in this setup with showing the fibs and going inside the GAN fan right here, right? How it just beats and beats and beats and beats, and then it starts to breathe, right? And then it breathes more, and then it breathes again, but then it starts to pull back, and it catches. I guarantee you, if I pull a fib on that right there, and it always comes back and meets up with the group of the 618 fib right there. Almost bet you money.
That's but you know what it makes me think of?
An
That,
ABC,
well, that's a
Elliott
five
wave,
wave count with
Elliott wave,
ABC correction.
Elliott
That
wave, ABC. I mean, there's so many things right there in because it's 360-degree cycle, but it's broke down 90 degrees at a time. And once I
now
could figure that out and be able to do the math with that and be able to call that, and even these down here, that's where I want to be.
no, but I like that, Mr. Dunning, because you just helped me. One of the biggest things with Elliott waves is always trying to find out where to where you are in the wave. So that technique, it's gonna take some tweaking, but you can figure. I mean, like you say, you figure out where your 90s at. You're going to get a better assessment at the end of five waves. Some type of correction is going to come in, and that's what you just how I'm interpreting what you're showing me.
Pretty cool stuff right there.
Yeah,
It's awesome.
I'm gonna fall back. Let somebody else talk.
I'm just gonna do a quick thing on Ada real quick if Donnie's done.
Yeah, go ahead.
Wants to review this minor stuff, and after that I got some stuff I got to take care of this morning. But this is pretty cool. Just wanted to show y'all this. I do a little bit of forecasting myself. I don't call it forecasting though, but um, just a little bit of awareness of the structure based off of the past, right? So with Ada, um, the way that this structure presented itself was very clear to me. This was a corrective wave, right? On a larger time frame. You found your base, you did your Wyckoff, you broke out of this range. You see where this yellow circle is? You had a consolidation with higher lows, consolidation here. This is why I expected once you took care of this SR flip right here, just like here, you were off to the races, right? Now this is where it gets fun because this is where I'm hung up a bit. Now, if you look at your retracement from the top here, you came and you hit your 618, you came back and you went to your 0.5, right? So this doesn't change. This is the macro fib, right? So when you flip this on the pullback, it's the same level. So that would give you a $1.13 ADA and a recheck of 83 when this thing's done. The only thing that's weird to me is that you corrected. If we were to follow this just based off of like percentages and stuff and not the fib, then this thing has you kind of like going up a little bit more, rolling over, rechecking this, and then going, right? But the fib is telling you it's going higher first. So that's where I'm hung up at the moment. You see this SR here, that's here on this structure. I mean, look how identical the way that this is acting is. It's just a different scale, right? Because the price is different. But I do think it's fascinating, and I think that if y'all wanted to plug any input, if I'm seeing something incorrectly, because I am in trades in this and I am in a huge spot bag, and if we hit $1.13, I'm definitely taking profit. I promise you that. I probably won't even wait that long.
So I mean, you answered your own question.
I think you did too.
You just don't want to admit it. I mean, the real is that box right there. I mean, rejection points are real, right? Whether you want to say, "Damn, I really want that $1.13," or damn, I don't want to hold this shit that long. You've got to be truthful with yourself. Um, you've got the same setup from the left to the right, and you see the rejection. So the question is then, do you set a stop loss that sits there and you wait and see if it does do a breakout, or you take some profit, and if it breaks out, you take the rest of your profit. So because you've got a bag that's built low, right? So it's not like you're going to dump the whole bag. So the smart trade there is figuring out how much money you want to make when. Do you plan on reinvesting if it does pull back? Will you buy more? That's the question, right? That's going to be, because you answer. If you take the fibs out of it, right? If you take the fibs completely out of that structure right there, and you just look at support and resistance without fibs, you answered your own question, in my opinion, Mr. Graybeard.
Yeah, well, one thing I see your where we at now, in that yellow box.
Yep, this one.
So
78.
I don't think you're going to reject. Last time it didn't.
That's where I'm stuck at. That's why, because you blew right through this, right here.
Yeah, but here's the thought. You see how if you okay, go back to the first one, the big fractal, and you see where it broke out and it kind of went above. Yep, came back. You had a little pullback, and then it just shot off into the target, and then it came back to just above your 0.5.
Yeah, this is where I'm having a hard, because they make it tricky, right? Whatever powers that be in the universe, they make it tricky with the way that these fibs react, because right now, structurally, you're coming up here and testing this.
Right.
All right, so
Your
let me ask you this. Let's do this right here. Go right to the very tip top. Go say, grab your fib, Go to the tip top. This is going to seem nope, other way. Go the other way to your C. Go to the tip top. Nope. Go to the tip top. Go to your left and go to that C down there.
Oh, over here?
Yep, the C. Go from the tip top back down to that C. I know it sounds crazy. Nope. Grab your fib.
All time high back to the previous low.
Yep.
Oh, you're looking for from here to here.
Correct.
I got you. Hold on.
Just do your fib from there to there. Now, where is your resistance at?
It's gonna still be that 0.5.
Ain't that funny how that works out?
Oh yeah, I knew this one already. This is why I got in. This is why I loaded spot in the 30s.
So crazy. Looking at your structure there, man. I don't know. I'm seeing that structure completely different, I think. But so you see where your B is on your first, the first, yeah, right there. I mean, look when you take that out. You can't. You hang out there. You chop, right? Going to the right above your yellow circle.
Yeah, it would be the
Right.
equivalent of
Okay.
like what I
So
said. It's going to be
you
something like
chop right.
this.
But then you're just. It's blue skies from there, right? I mean.
Yeah.
What is your
So,
pullback?
yeah. So on your the first cycle breaking out above that B is where you just got right now. So in my eyes, you're already in the blue box that you have for this second cycle here.
Yeah, that's where I'm caught up, because I that's what I thought at first, but it's really confusing when you look at this, because here on this structure, this part, you were already retesting this resistance, which is here.
Yeah, I see. Yeah.
So it's weird, but it doesn't. I
But
would take
but
what you
you've got
said
to
first, because what it is
but your yellow box is where your blue box is on the first one. You see what I'm
Yep,
saying?
yep,
Like
yep,
your yellow box right there, that's your blue box.
yep.
yeah.
Where that, because you see that first correction on the way down in the first cycle, your first major, yeah, where your blue box bounces right there.
Mm-hmm.
Boom.
You know
That's
what made me think something else though, possibly, because that's exactly what I had. Like my target is 70 to 75, right? Somewhere in this
mhm,
box.
yeah.
But what changed my mind is the fibs. When you draw this, not changed my mind, made me think of something else. When you look at these fibs, your 618 is where you went, and then you came back to the 0.5. That would be the equivalent of you going to $1.12 and then pulling back to 80. You see what I'm saying? So the
Yeah.
fibs are telling me something different than what the structure is. So that's where I'm at. And I do believe that either could happen, but I think it's likely that one of these scenarios will happen.
You're on log here, right?
Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
yeah.
Have you looked at it, what it looks like on linear?
Yeah, can trilinear?
Looks wacky as fuck, man. Oh my goodness. I hate linear in this scenario, but let's see. I mean, the structure is similar, right? You made a low, consolidate, lower low, Wyckoff, whatever you want to call it. When you got out of this, like even just a pattern, right? You could draw here on linear, you got out of there. It'll be here on linear, you got out of there. You don't come back to there, you come back to here. So a recheck of 40, about give or take, right?
Either way I look at it, I see a retest of your B right there on your right.
Yeah, the
You're
B
right.
high.
Yeah, your B high right there that you got. I see a retest of that.
Yeah, well, here you went well below the B. You went all the way.
Yeah, I wouldn't look that far back left. I mean, you're looking at structure now. You know.
Yeah, but look, right, like Donnie's saying, looking at your structure coming down on the left of this bear cycle, look where your support comes. You know what I mean? Your support resistance comes in right where your yellow box is, right there. You know, when we were coming down, it found support at your yellow box there. Then we found resistance at where your B is. Obviously, you got that, right? So that's the level that it comes back to.
I like it so much better on log. I gotta switch it. It looks a lot cleaner. But I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's still even on log. You know, I'm still saying, forget about what's left. Forget, you know, you got homework from over there, right? So you see how the breakout takes place. So let's come to current time and let's focus on current time, right? So in all reality,
well, we're not going to deny here that this right here is exactly what we did here. I mean,
yeah, I mean it's a similar pattern, right? It's a similar pattern over and over.
Okay, just making sure we're seeing that.
But your retest the structure is there. I mean, it's very obvious of what the play that's going to happen. The question that you've got to answer is where is your overhead resistance that causes the retest. That's where you need to figure out if you want to play it to the 618 or whether how are you going to play that high to that low. How are you going to play it?
Well, I'll tell you how I did it on futures. It was very clear to me. These were my targets off the 40, 45, 54. Now this thing's gone. When you do this in a range, right? So this, let me just clear all this shit. I don't really care. So when you clear all of this, right? Like a range like this right here. When you clear that and you start hitting your fibs, like I was saying, and you get past the 786, this is telling you that this wants to get out of here. You know, and that to me
so now you got to pull a fib. Pull your fib from the top to the bottom. Pull your big fib. Hide your little fib. Hide your little fib because that's your intraday trade. So go to your fib from top to bottom. Go from there down to your low, and then where's your 0.5 there, and where's your 618 there?
Yep.
All right, so that's where you need to say, are we going to reject off of this 0.5 because we blew through the smaller one, right? So my next target should be the 0.5 as a major resistance, and then your retracement back to the B that you had laid out.
Yep, for sure. And look here too. It's very similar, right? Because this is the same thing that I did with Bitcoin, right? When you look at this bottoming structure, and this is a range for me. So, you go from your range high to your range low, range high to range low. When you're going back up, right? And you see they did similar things. You tapped the 786 here, you rolled over, made a new low. This is COVID here, so whatever, right? And then you came up and cut through all these. You came back to this level and made support, right? 38. See, it gets weird, man. It gets weird. That's why I don't like forecasting so much, but just looking at the structure, like I said, I know that this was COVID, So that kind of throws a wrench into the equation. But just looking at this, right? Because at one point this price action was not here, right? So you had to go from this high. And when you look at that, that's how I kind of want to.
Everybody talks about COVID, but I can show you in Ganzilla that it's not COVID. That dip was there anyway.
Yeah, I understand that, and that's fine too, because it doesn't really change things too much. What it was just a wash of the table, in my opinion, just to get leverage out before they made this move, right? So it makes sense structurally and all that, but just looking at this retrace, right? You get to the 618 and you come back to the 0.5. I don't think that that's out of the question here. For you to come up here, this would be the equivalent of Bitcoin's move to 48K. You come here and check this, right? I think that makes a lot of sense too. This is Bitcoin's move to 48K equivalently on the Bitcoin chart. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but I'm just saying, if it did something similar, you did it here. You did it here, right? You came up, checked the 618, and you rolled back over to the 0.5, back to 82. So like I said, I think there's two scenarios here. Either you bump your head on 72 here and roll over and come back and check here, like you said, the B around 48, or this thing's got some giddy up to it, and you're going to blow through these levels possibly. And I will add to my long if you establish 74 as support. I'll go ahead and add to my long on that SR flip and play it to the 112 to 118 area.
But hey, that's a thought right there. What I would be thinking, Mr. Crazy, is a close above. Yeah, right there. A close above that and a little consolidation. Yeah, I add to and go ahead and wait on that once that 618.
Yeah, because I think both are valid, right? That's why I wanted to bring it up to y'all, because I just wanted to show y'all and pick your brains and see that I could see a couple things happening here, and that might also give us guidance on the whole market as well, because you might see some similar things with Solana, right? Maybe Solana, here's your Solana. Let me get rid of all this shit. Here's your Solana scenario.
It's
For
actually
me,
playing out on Solana right now. That
right.
same play.
And Solana's ahead, and it's been ahead. That's the thing. I've seen all this shit happening as it happened. Bro, you know what really started it? Graybeard, I'm going to throw you for a whirl here. This is what started the whole motherfucking game right here. In my opinion, this motherfucker drew a roadmap for everything else. Look at that. I mean, that's your Wyckoff here.
Same move. Yep.
It all looks identical, but this thing was ahead, and then Solana said, all right, I want to be just like you, Rune, and went ahead and did it. And look at this. And then I said, okay, Solana, you wanted to print this is when KG was shorting here at this level here. I said, bro, you're making higher lows here. Why are you shorting? This is a fucking symmetrical triangle on top of an ABC. You're getting ready to fucking break the fuck out and go nuts, right? So I went long here. And then you look at Ethereum, right? So you see that bottoming structure, right? The way it made higher lows. It broke out of the ascending triangle. And then look at little ETH over here. ETH just got to the party, man. What are we talking about here?
It's just the same setup.
It's nuts, bro. It is nuts. So for me, the target for ETH is 2540 as a pit stop. And I think you're going up here by the time this whole moves over.
32.
Yep, that's your 786. So we'll see. Like I said before on that total altcoin chart from CoinTrader Pro, we still have a little bit of juice left in these altcoin moves, in my opinion. And it's not greed; it's based off of history. And I believe if we do what we did in the past, over the next 200, 230 days, give or take, you should have the local top on the altcoin market and a cool down for about 5 to 6 months of sideways price action before we take off. That's what we did in the past. But yeah, I mean, look at this.
Do you guys trade altcoin pairs?
No. Just USDT. I mean, I have in the past, but no. I stick to just USDT perp. But that's it. I'll let somebody else speak. That was all I wanted to share. Thank you all for listening.
Well, yeah, I just wanted to say real quick that ADA, like I've been looking at some of the Bitcoin pairs with the altcoins. Um, ADA's been ripping, so I'm looking for like a potentially sell some ADA for Bitcoin, because the ADA Bitcoin pair hasn't really. Hold on, let me look at ADA BTC. Because I'm thinking, yeah, you can afford a lot more BTC for ADA. And I don't know how much further up it's really gonna go, so I might take some ADA off and put it into back into Bitcoin, like just trade it straight from ADA to Bitcoin. And then what I'm looking at for,
I wouldn't do
so
that,
that's a
Clay.
sell.
If I was you,
Well,
just because I
just a
think
little bit
Bitcoin.
anyway.
I think that Bitcoin, do whatever you want, but I think that ADA's got a lot more going on for it than Bitcoin at the moment. Just my opinion.
Yeah.
But in terms
Well,
of
I mean, it
upside,
ripped. Like the ADA Bitcoin, like the ADA USD pair ripped, and then ADA Bitcoin pair ripped like 57%.
Right, I mean that's natural.
Bitcoin.
Yeah, that's just natural.
And
But
then,
you'd have to know how to get out of your Bitcoin bag in order to make that profitable for you, right? If you were running a grid bot and you were accumulating Bitcoin, you would be tickled to death right now. But if your goal is to be making money, then you want to stay away from that scenario, because the worst thing that's going to happen is Bitcoin does its pullback, and then you're sitting there with a bag of Bitcoin at $40,000, $43,000,
yeah.
and so you went upside down. You go upside down.
I get I get what you're saying. Like I exactly get what you're saying. I'm just saying this is a way to make more coins without sending USD.
If you would have set it up in the long run, if you would have set it up ahead of time, like I was talking, earlier this year when I said, I got my grid bots running with the pairs, then you accumulate more Bitcoin. And whenever you do Bitcoin ADA, right? So you accumulate more Bitcoin. So what you do is when you come out of this situation, you turn that bot off, then your deal is you're either sitting on a bunch of Bitcoin and you dump it for USD because you're looking for profit, or you turn the bot off and you wait on the bottom and you do it all over again. Okay?
Yeah, if I'm selling my Bitcoin, right, or if I'm selling my say I bought low on my altcoin, I sell them for Bitcoin now, and then the altcoins fall and Bitcoin goes up later, then I sell my Bitcoin back into the altcoins.
Right.
And then I wait for the altcoins to go to new all-time highs before I sell. So it's like I'm holding both coins for the long term anyway. So I'm just trying to get more coin out of each coin. Like you can do that.
So what you need to do, I explained this, before. What you do in order to start this process is don't start this process whenever you're at a peak. You wait for the pullbacks. So you start the process with buying your Bitcoin as cheap as possible, so that you've got the most gain as you can possibly get. You can start anytime you want, but in order for people freak out when they see red portfolios, right? So if you started this process right now, and we're anticipating a pullback in Bitcoin. So if you started this process right now, when Bitcoin does its pullback, whether it's 15% or 30%, whatever pullback it does, your P&L is going to reflect that, okay? And people freak out whenever they see that stuff. So you need to understand that if you're going to play that game, you're not starting that game at the right time. You should have started that game, ideally at the 15.5 mark. Granted, I done it at 28.4 mark, right? So when I started that game, I had, I bought all my Bitcoin, and then I started watching the pairs play down. And so I knew that they were going to drop. So I used Bitcoin in the bots to buy, XLM, XRP, Chainlink, Polkadot, Kusama, and I'll let those bots run, right? And as the price fell, I gained more of those coins, right?
Yeah,
and
as
then
Bitcoin was going up, the altcoins were going down.
exactly.
I know what you're saying there.
So you gotta plan it, to start at the right time. You
Yeah,
have to be a
I
little
know
more cautious.
they're both high right now, but if I'm holding Bitcoin for the long term anyway, and I don't sell it till all-time highs or whatever, then it doesn't really matter.
It does matter
If I'm holding
because you're
Bitcoin,
gonna
like
freak out when you look at your P&L and go, oh shit. You see what I'm saying? If you're gonna look at your P&L and go, damn it.
Like I have bags that are specifically like for this purpose anyway. Anyway, those are just two peaks. But what I really wanted to mention is that like um ETH XRP looks like a buy. Like if you look at the chart, ETH XRP looks like a good buy. Like because ETH has gone up a little bit and XRP's been stagnating. But if you look at the ETH XRP or XRP ETH chart, then you can see that that's actually a point where you would want to trade your ETH for XRP. And the other one I saw is Zcash BTC because Zcash USD is down and BTC USD is up.
In my opinion, quiet. This is just the way that my brain works. I think that getting into that type of stuff can really muddy the water a lot, and it can make it overcomplicated. That's why, you know what I'm saying? Because it's almost like you're trying to
I know it's
arbitrage the
difficult.
system.
Yeah, no, it's more complex, but it's really the same thing as Forex, really.
Right.
Like you're just
Yeah,
trading
yeah.
one
I
currency
agree.
for another.
Hey, let me
Like
Luke and Dot, because I gotta roll out of here. Let me Luke. I do like what you're saying, absolutely though. Um, and I think that there's a lot there to dig into. But Luke is in here. Luke, are you still here? Because he wants to review
Yeah.
some power things and some other stuff for this miner that he bought, and I gotta roll out of here in like 10 minutes. So just really quickly, Luke, where are you at with this and what's going on?
Yeah, man. So basically it looks like I think I'm gonna need that double pole, like 20 amp outlet situation. So and it looks, and from I think I'm seeing here, it's saying that the voltage has to be 200 to 240 volts, which like
Yeah.
I mean,
So
my
I'll tell
house
you what I
is
would do.
probably is not wired for that, right? I
No,
mean,
no, it is. So if I was
oh,
at your
okay.
house, this is what I would do, right? So you have a normal house panel. I know you do because I lived in Florida. I know what the panels look like there. It's all standard stuff, right? So the capability is not the problem. What it is that, like I said before, that plug that I sent you is the same size as a normal house plug, but the prongs are set up differently for a reason, right? Because if
Yeah.
you were to plug in a normal 120-volt computer into that plug, if it had the same divots in it and the same, entry key, that computer would blow up because it's double
Okay.
the power. It's basically two of those plugs worth of power and amperage in one. So it's a um it's a two pole breaker, right? You need a two pole 20 amp breaker. So I think this would help if I explain to you if this was the job that I needed to go to, right, and do this, what I would need to do is run a wire, which the wire is called a 12-3, and it's rated for 20 amp, and it has a red, a black, which is your two poles, a neutral, which is your white, and a ground, right? And a normal plug only has a black, a neutral, and a ground. So you get two poles. You understand? You're getting two poles of 120, and that's what
Okay.
gives you your 240. So it's a
Okay.
much beefier plug. So if I was there, what we would do, I imagine you want to put this in your garage, correct?
Yeah.
So is your panel in your garage? Because that's normal as
Yes.
well. Okay, so that's beautiful. Is your garage finished or is it unfinished?
No, I mean, yeah, it's
It's
unfinished.
a
I mean,
garage. It doesn't have.
there's drywall and stuff on there, but it's not like, yeah.
Can you see any Romex wire exposed coming out of your panel in the garage? Do you have rafters where
Oh,
you see it stapled
no,
or is it all sealed in?
no, it's closed in. Yeah.
Okay, so that would be an issue slightly, but what I would do, if I know you don't own the house, but if I did own the house or I was working for somebody that owned the house, that needed this done, you could either surface mount it on the wall, on the ceiling with straps and stuff. But I would run that wire that's applicable for this application, which is your 12.3 UF. You would run the wire into a utility box, a junction box, whatever you want to call it, to a 2-pole breaker out of your panel. It's actually this is a very simple job for an electrician. For a regular person, it is not simple.
Yeah.
Don't get it fucked up. It's not. And you can get hurt. But then run it to the junction box and then put that plug, on the wall, and that would be your dedicated 240 20 amp 2-pole setup, right, for your system.
Okay.
And you definitely want to have this set up in your garage, because that motherfucker sounds like an airplane when it plugs up.
Yeah. It was definitely that was the idea.
So and it will melt too, from my understanding, if it doesn't have some sort of cooling as well, right, Donnie?
Well, so
they got the fans built into them.
Right. Yeah. So do you have a window in your garage, or is it all closed up?
He's in Florida, bro. Remember that too. It's hot.
Yeah. It's not bad. It's not that
bad. I
bad.
think what we do, man, we actually keep our garage closed all the time, and we run our we keep the garage door closed, and we keep the door open in there, so it actually stays about the same temperature as a house.
Nice.
So the thing with
the cooler.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah, I mean you could there's all sorts of things you can do, an exhaust fan or whatnot to help pull some of that heat out of there, because even this winter you'll be able to open the door and heat the damn house with the heat that's coming out of there. I mean, because that thing's going to put off a lot more heat than you anticipate. So with internet wise, do y'all have gig internet there, Luke?
Yeah, man, our internet, we've got like it's pretty fast. We're and we have unlimited internet.
All right, so you need to check in. So you're going to want to get an Ethernet cable that comes in to the garage, and you're going to want to get you a splitter for that, and you're going to set you up a laptop that's going to sit there and run with your machine.
Right.
And you want them both hardwired. You don't want no wireless fails. You got to get both of them hardwired. And if you got gig, throw gig at it, because any kind of latency issues that you have, it's going to reflect in your mining. And when you see these numbers that these people are putting out there online, it's with a perfect scenario, right? You're looking at if you were trying to do it. Just to give you an idea, if you were using base internet, say you was using 100 meg, 300 meg internet, you would be seeing about 1/10 of what those actual numbers are. Generally, what my buddy sees with his, on one single miner, he was doing about 410, 430, somewhere in that ballpark, a month with his, and he's up to 4 of them now. And you don't have to worry about a power bill, but his power bill is, with 4 machines, he's paying almost $800 a month in the power bill.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, those damn things eat some power. But as long as you got the internet there to feed it, and you get that power situation, as soon as I seen that last night, I was like, "Is that 220?" And he's like, "I don't know." I was like, "Man, every one of those big L7 machines I've ever seen, they're 220. They're not, standard plugs. They're 220s. It's a whole different ballgame."
I'm not sure if it was a language barrier or what it was, but I was typing to these people and I'm like, this plugs into like a common household, like outlet, right? And they're like, yeah.
Overseas, yeah. See, overseas is different. Overseas, they 220s, no big deal to them.
Yeah.
Their stuff's totally different. I mean, you remember Trogdor and what's his name? The big Cuban dude. What was his name? Anyway, Doge King. So he unplugged his stove and had his running on his kitchen counter and used the outlet for his stove. I kid you not, bro.
That's what I wanted to ask. If Mr. Crazy was still here, wouldn't that be the same as a dry outlet, a water
Yeah,
heater?
it's the same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah, it's the same. It's the same. It's going to be the same amount of power. Matter of fact, running that machine is like running an air conditioning unit. That's how much power that thing draws.
That's crazy, man.
So you're basically putting in another outlet to plug this machine in that would have enough power to run your like a dryer or a hot water heater or your stove or something out in the garage. That's what you basically be doing, and you would. It's not as a big deal, you know. Like Crazy said, you know, I'm sure if Crazy was in Florida, he'd probably have it knocked out in 2.5, 3 hours and be done with it. But for somebody like me or you who don't, for somebody like me or you who don't do electrical work every day, you know, I mean, it would take us all day, and we probably done cut the wrong damn spot, and we got a hole that we got to repair now. I mean, but you know, it's you're basically adding a sub panel for with a breaker for another outlet's all you're doing.
You don't even need a sub panel. So what you would be able to do with your panel, I'm sure your panel is at least a 24 breaker circuit panel, right? So what you would do if you didn't have space in there is you get breakers called piggyback breakers, and what they are is you can take circuits and you can put 2 single pole circuits on one breaker, so it frees up space, right? So I could just do that and double up a couple breakers because the amperage.
Yeah, it looks like I've got space though on here. I mean,
Okay, well then you're good. All you need
for
is
my
two.
panel.
All you need is 2 slots, right, for that 2 pole. You need 2 slots next to each other, right? So there might need to be some moving around too in your panel if you don't have 2 directly. They would be on top of each other, right? So you need 2 in a row vertically.
Kind of like your washer and dryer is, or yeah, like your dryer. You see your dryer breaker there, Luke. You see your stove breaker. You see how it's 2 together. You need 2 at the bottom of the panel that are together. Do you have that?
I mean, there it is. It looks like. I mean, I got a bunch of open.
Oh shit! Look at all them open slots he's got. We have to pull the cover off, but don't do that. Don't do that. But he's got all kinds of real estate. Crazy.
Oh yeah, that's a nice panel. We put a bunch of those in this apartment building. There's Eaton. I'm very familiar with all that. I know all that shit like the back of my fucking hand, dude. Yeah, you got plenty of space, and you got plenty of, it you wouldn't be efficient of power. You know, it wouldn't do anything negatively to affect your system in there. What you got going on.
Do you have a shelf?
I know you're smart, and I know you're feisty like me, but please contact buddy.
I'm already looking up YouTube videos on how I can do this.
I don't think you can pull it off. But I don't think that it's worth the risk because fire and everything else. And plus, if you do pay somebody to do it, it should. I'm not good with pricing. I never did that really a whole lot, but I don't think it would be that expensive if you hired somebody to do it. Maybe under $1,000. Hopefully, probably within 500 to 800 would be a good estimate. Just for a guy to come in there for 4 or 5, 6 hours and get that done. But I know that you're also. I don't know if that's a possibility for you either with your situation, but I'm just telling you in terms of
right. Yeah, that's my only thing. I'm not sure if I ask. I think I would probably have to get permission from the housing office in order to do this, and then if I start getting permission from them, then they're gonna start asking questions.
Yep, and you don't want that.
And I don't want. Yeah.
Fuck, man. I wish I was there. I mean, I'll be in Florida in a couple years if you can wait a couple years.
No, dude. Like I said, if I can't sort this out, I'm just gonna hold on to it, and then I'll sell it in a little while. When Doge price pumps, this thing. I mean, like I was saying, not that long ago, these things were selling for like $9,000. So I'll hold on to it, and I'll just sell it.
Take that damn thing, and plug it into the hot water heater, and tell everybody to take cold shower.
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, I've got, see, but I don't even think because I've got 30 amp. I've got a double pole 30 amp, 2 of those, and I got a 25. I think the 25 is running the
dryer.
But anyway, it's not even the right. I don't have the right stuff here.
No, that should dry your stove and your water heater.
What's wrong?
Right.
Hey, Mr. Crazy. Hey,
yo.
What about a transformer? Some type of transformer or converter where you that could plug in normally, and then it'll convert the voltage that he needs.
Yeah, like a buck boost. I wouldn't. The thing is that a buck boost, you have to where the way that you tap for the. So normally in that situation, I'm not sure that they make a buck boost for that you can plug into a normal plug that buck boosts up to 240 two pole from a single pole scenario. I'm not sure that they make that. Um, I don't think so, bro. It doesn't. I wouldn't want to do that anyway because then, yeah, the wiring from so how it works is the wiring from that circuit doesn't have the capability. It's not a power issue from the panel. It's a power issue for the setup that you would be using. Like if you wanted to plug it into a normal plug, the wire is not
Oh,
strong
it's
enough
not
to hold
rated.
that.
Yeah, it can't even hold that.
Yeah, it'll burn it up, man. And
Hey,
you don't want to do that.
well, what about a generator, Mister Luke?
Oh Lord.
Oh man, I don't know. I never thought, but then I'm paying for it. You know,
Well,
the
my
reason
A
why.
thought
gas
is,
generator would work, but that's a pain in the ass.
I'm just, that man, that's electricity, man.
No
Is
way. There's no way it's worth it to be
yeah,
running a generator to do this.
I got you, I got you.
Filling up gas every day. That'd be funny as fuck, bro.
I mean,
Oh
so
no, man.
the only issue
Hey,
is
it'll work.
do you have to get permission? You know, I mean, is it better to ask for forgiveness than permission by putting
Exactly.
a 220
Well,
outlet in?
that's the thing. I mean, I definitely am not going to be right. I'm not going to ask him.
Yeah, I mean, I would just put a 220 outlet in, and
Yeah,
I would have it close to the
The
panel.
problem is, can I find someone who's going to want to come on to base and mess with the military housing without permission?
Oh, shit.
You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Yeah.
I'm sure there'll be a cash receipt, sir.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I promise you there'll be a
I
cash
gotta find the right
receipt,
guy.
and I guarantee you, if you ask one of your neighbors running around there, it's like, hey, you know any good electricians that's got a base pass? But I mean, it's not hard. I mean, you put your outlet out there. You know, if you got somewhere close to that panel where you can, if this panel is far enough away from your door, because I can't emphasize how loud this thing is. If you heard them, you'd have to hear it in person because it's very annoying and it's very loud. Because it's a pretty good hum. So you're gonna want to set it on something that's not hard, something that's got like rubber. You're gonna play with all that as you go, and then have a laptop sitting there with it. Say some laptop that you don't give a shit about to sit in the garage and leave it sitting there. But once you got it plugged up and you got Ethernet and you got your splitter there, so that you've got service to both of them. Whether you run another cheap router. You can buy, a little cheap shit $60 router from Walmart or Best Buy or something and put out there just so that they're hardwired in. You got an input and a couple outputs just to feed them. And once you've got that, then set up with your program, get the miner online, and then you turn it on and you walk away. You once a month or so go out there and collect your money and just keep an eye on it, every 3 or 4 days, make sure that your numbers are still rolling. And as long as your program is up and running like it's supposed to be, you won't have any issues. Because I mean, if you've got good internet and you've got power, then the machine does the rest. I mean, it's truly one of the most passive incomes you could do, especially if you're not paying for power. If you was paying for power, you'd be like, man, is it really worth a couple $100 a month?
Yeah, man, and that's what made it so attractive to me. I'm just like, I if I can get this thing going, it's just gravy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean it would be easy money, especially now that the prices of stuff is starting to come back up. When anytime Bitcoin is under 28K, you can't make any money with it. Dogecoin, Litecoin down as low as they are, Dogecoin at the 10 cent range is one thing. Dogecoin at 6-7 cents, it ain't even worth turning the machine on if you're paying the power bill. but with
Yeah,
your
man, I mean, this
situation,
thing, that's what's crazy about this thing. This is that it's profitable right now for even people paying for electricity. So, I mean, it's a really good rig.
yeah, that's one of the nicest rigs out
Just
there, bro.
yeah, I just yeah, we gotta see if we can get it running.
The 2 months from now, that rig will be twice as much.
Yep.
Two months from now, that rig will be $12,000 to $14,000 because Bitcoin price will be up so much.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, I think so too.
I mean, look, go in history and look at them, and go on like a Wayback Machine and look at that same machine at Bitcoin at $50,000 or $60,000, and look at the price of that machine. They were selling for almost $18,000 at one point.
Yeah, I mean, this one, one of the last times I looked at it, it was 9 grand. So, I mean,
Yeah.
it was, you know, and Doge right now is only at like 10 cents. I mean, definitely has potential. Doge or Litecoin, because it does both, but I mean, it has real potential to go
Well, you're gonna be
much
using nice
higher.
hash, right? So I mean, you'll be able to pick whatever one. I mean, because they're all on the same ecosystem.
Right. Yep.
So I mean, now it's just a matter of finding somebody to put you a 220 in. I would wait till you get the machine there, and that way you see the plug that you need, and that way you could go from there.
Hey, another
Yeah, it
thing
should be here in
too,
about a
Luke.
week or so. Yep.
Another thing too, I was just thinking about it, trying to put myself in your shoes. If you were to do it yourself, which I don't think you should do, because mainly another thing too is you got to get your hands in that panel, man. And I do not advise anybody that is not seasoned to put their hands anywhere near an electric panel. It's very dangerous.
Yeah.
He didn't tell me that whenever I was out here running a sub box for my mom's place.
You know what I did tell you? I said, have you ever had your hands inside of an electric panel before? And do you know what you're doing? And you said, yeah, I have. I said, all right, have fun.
he wasn't worried about my health, Luke. He supposedly loves me, but he wasn't worried about my health.
Donnie was having a good time over there in North Carolina with his little setup he had to do.
I had to build a sub panel, a breaker box, a whole drop over to mom's, because mom's got her RV here now, and so I set up a breaker for her place, and had to run wire, heavy duty wire across the ground, and that shit is heavy and big. I was like, God Almighty.
That big aluminum wire.
And Joe, I gotta take off because I got some stuff I gotta go take care of. But fucking hope y'all have a good one. I'll probably be back a little bit later.
All right, Qua, have a good one, man.
Dude.
Don, you still gotta
All right,
show me that thing with the GAN box and shit.
I'll show you.
All
I'll be glad to show you, man. I'll be around.
Cool. Talk to you guys later.
Later, man.
All right, bro.
Peace.
Yeah, but Luke, I'm excited, man. I can't wait for you to get it, man, because it's a cool thing to get into. I'll be curious to see, once you get it and you got everything in hand. I'm wondering, because see, the one thing that I've seen happen to several people is they don't even send the plug with it. It's like, what?
Yeah. No, they don't. Yeah, you're on your own for like all the power stuff. It's
Wow.
literally like just the minor. It's got the power supply on it. This one, it's mounted to it, but yeah, you need your own cords and all that stuff.
That's wild.
I'll tell you, man, they don't play, man. It's they expect you to have this all stuff in order, and you're like, what the hell? But you can go. There's a bunch of Reddits, and stuff about it, and there's a lot of information, But getting set up, once you get nice hash running, and get that on your laptop, I would do a clean sweep on a laptop, so that there's nothing on that laptop but nice hash, and have it as simple and as clean as possible, and so that nothing's ever done with that laptop but what that rig's going to do, and then have it tied in with your account, and you're able to deposit your funds right to your account.
Yeah, man.
I'm excited for you, man.
Yeah, it sounds fun, and it sounds like it's gonna be having a good turnover too.
But definitely look into your internet to see, you know, what speed internet y'all have now. And
Yeah, I think I can't remember if it's half a gig or a gig that we have right now on our plan, but I don't know. It's my son does gaming and stuff like that, and it's always fast enough for him. And um, we paid like it's like $20 extra. You get unlimited internet because they have like you know how they do it now, man. They're trying to nickel and dime you for every little thing. So
well, to give you an idea, that machine needs to have priority over your son's game, because any latency at all um, pulls down the numbers dramatically. Like
yeah, they're also laying the groundwork for fiber internet here too. They started that a couple of months ago. I'm not sure when they're going to be finished, but as soon as that's available, we're going to get that too.
yeah, I mean that's a huge step up. They're going to put fiber down through our area as well. But I mean, if you can get gig where you're at, definitely step up to gig internet. That's going to help you tremendously on your performance. So you're looking at time you get all said and done, you'll probably have what 8,000 in it, something like that, just roughly. So you'll be what if you do $500 a month? You'll be what 6 months, 7 months, about 8 months, somewhere in there.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was thinking it was going to pay for itself in 9 months, but if I have some costs up front with this electrical stuff, then it's going to be more.
But if the price, you got to also keep in mind if Dogecoin goes to
Right.
20, 30%. If Dogecoin's at 30 cents, then you're a triple up. So you cut your time down a third.
Yes, sir.
So I mean, it's not a better time for you to do something like that. I mean, that's perfect timing to get into one. So does that help you any way, shape, form?
Yeah, man. I mean, I know like you're saying too, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait till it comes in, get my eyes on it, make sure, things are what they are. I'm going to keep doing research and stuff like that too on here, but I'm pretty sure, talking to Crazy and you guys and looking at what I'm seeing online, I think I have a decent idea of what I'm going to end up needing here.
Just don't plug it in the stove outlet.
Hell no, don't do that. You can't do that anyway.
Oh yeah, you can. You just strip the wires and stick them in the hose.
Yeah, don't do that. I don't know that would work still.
Yeah, no way. No, I'm not plugging this thing in. I don't feel like lighting $5,000 on fire.
I'm telling
you, that would be like sticking a fucking. That'd be like sticking
crazy.
Trying to ram a car through a hole in the wall.
Crazy. I kid you not. I watched a man do it. He took and bought the same plug that would go into your dryer, and he got a box, and he wired all the wires together in the little box, and had the little box sitting there on the counter, and he unplugged the stove because he didn't cook.
He made little jumpers in the junction box to make it work with the plug. Yeah, he's wild for that. Yeah. Wild.
Because he didn't cook. He never cooked, so it ain't like he needed. He didn't need it anyway, so he just unplugged the stove and he let the damn thing sitting there on the kitchen counter. But he had to run a vent. He had to run a vent like over to the window to take all the heat out of the house.
That's hilarious. I mean, yeah. Hopefully he made a lot of money doing that, man, because that was he was forcing it with that.
He was doing about $450.
He was gonna have him a minor either way.
Yeah, he's doing about $450 a day or $450 a month on it, and so he was pretty happy. I mean, but see, he didn't have a power bill either.
Yeah, y'all lucky with that shit.
Damn. It ain't y'all. I wish I didn't have a damn power bill. Every time they send me a bill, I'm mad as hell.
I'd be mining too for sure if I didn't have a power bill. I'd figure it out. Look at these alts ripping back down and popping back up. Wow. Just washing leverage. My goodness. Brutal move right there, man.
I was hoping to see my DCA bot pick up a couple of trades, but it didn't. It's just sitting there kind of hanging on right now. My DYDX bot picked up and doing a little something now.
Yeah, I saw my P&L drop a little bit there based off what it was this morning.
Yeah,
a little bit.
It's a big pullback. It's a pretty good pullback. I bought 1, 2, 3, 4 grids on DYDX right there.
Nice. How's your ETC doing? It looks like it's still above your entry, right?
I'm up $7 right now. Should I go ahead and take it off?
No, I mean, I wouldn't.
No,
yeah.
it's
Like I said, if you lose $20, that's where I'd go ahead and pull the plug on that.
Oh,
$20 on the Ethereum Classic price. You lose that support, then you can go ahead and pack that thing up.
Yeah, that's where the 200's at anyway.
Yep, there you go.
Oh, you look at it in 1 hour. That's where the 200's at. So I feel pretty good with it.
$7 ain't bad for, it hasn't really been doing a whole lot over the last, what is it, 8 hours or 9 hours that I think it's been running. So.
Yeah. My quant though. That quant though. What that quant do? I didn't realize I was at $120.
Nice.
So the quant bot's making pretty good money. Where's XRP at? I ain't even looked at the XRP chart. 67, back down to 67 again. It went up there and flirted with that 70 cents overnight.
She looking strong still.
Mm-hmm. Lord, FLR 12.21%. What the hell, Fleer? Algo a 10% dump. What the hell's going on? Look at all these numbers flying through the damn. What the hell?
Yeah, after a fucking 60% move up, you're gonna get that nasty leverage wash.
Yep, that happens. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Morning, guys.
Morning, how you doing?
Driving to work.
I hear you.
Yep. Never ends.
It'll end when you're dead, maybe, if you're lucky.
Nah, I got kids. I'll probably work another couple of years after I die.
Yeah.
And girls. So we don't ever stop taking care of girls.
That's right. Even in the afterlife, you gotta watch what they're doing.
Yeah. Like, did you check her tire pressure?
Yeah.
That bot I started, I don't know how many weeks ago, has earned me $400.
What?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Every time I hit $200 profit, I transfer 200 and I restart the bot at the original 1,000, and then I let it go.
Sick.
Yeah.
Too easy, right?
Those $200 is my gambling money. That's what I'm using on my XCs. Like, okay, I'm not gonna put any flow in it. I'll just make the flow from the robot. And then when I take that gambling money, I take half and put it into my long-term Bitcoin, and I take the 100 and put it into the Maxi.
Gotta love a man with a plan. That's beautiful.
You gotta have a plan, or else you just fucking shoot in the dark.
Yep, that's right.
I know one thing, my Pop-Tart is run out. I'm hungry. I'm already ready for lunch.
Lunch? It's not even 9 in the morning.
Well, it's almost 12 o'clock here, sir.
No. I don't believe you.
Well, you stay way the hell over yonder and work your time zone. I'll stay way the hell over here and work my time zone. I'm gonna go eat lunch while you go get a sausage biscuit.
No, I don't eat breakfast, man. I wait for lunch.
Oh no.
Yeah, good lunch today.
I mean,
Saturdays they bring us home cooked meals.
I gotta eat breakfast. Even if it's just a Pop-Tart or bowl of cereal, something. I gotta have breakfast.
Yeah. You know what's funny is, as big as I am, I can't eat till at least 10, 11, or else I feel like I almost want to throw up if I eat early. It's kind of weird. I'll drink the fuck out of coffee though. I drink a lot of coffee, but I can't eat. Has to be past 10. It's weird.
Man, if I miss breakfast, I'll be shaking like a leaf by the time 10 o'clock rolled around.
Eating makes me tired, man. Whenever I eat, my body goes into like a relaxed state.
Oh, boo-hoo. Fuck you, skinny.
Yeah, dude. No, for real. It'll just, especially if I eat some dirty shit, right? Like if I eat like a fucking cheeseburger or some bullshit.
Damn it,
That
y'all
shit'll just
killing me.
make
I'm
way
going
on
to
the-
eat. I'll
way
be
in the
back.
air.
That's because you're
Nah.
unhealthy. That's what happens when you're healthy.
Yeah, I guess.
I
Scrawny ass.
fucking can smell pizza and gain weight.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I'm gonna go find something to eat. Y'all know, he talking about cheeseburgers. I gotta go find me something to eat. I'll be back.
Yeah. You making money, Top, on this market? I know you set up a nice long term.
Yeah. No, I'm my Bitcoin account, the one I've been setting up, I'm like at 120% profit.
Fucking A, man. You're right about where I'm at, then.
So
Yep, me too, man.
I'm just waiting this new market. I wish I would have put more in, but I didn't. So instead of
You
sitting there
taking any
wishing,
profit? You got any targets,
No.
or you're just saving it?
I think once we go past under 40, I'll probably sell and wait. I think
Right.
I don't know, man. That weekly stochastic is the only thing has me kind of like, shit, Because Luke was explaining to me, and he's right. I agree, but I kind of have to have I have to have some plan to at least, hey, I'm not going to lose this shit. I'm not going to diamond hands all the way to a loss again.
Can't do that, man. Yeah, the weekly stochastic still has a lot of room, I'm assuming, based off context, right?
On the BTC, it's pegged out. It's pegged all the way out. So I'm thinking we have to have some type of retracement.
I was just showing him crazy how the weekly stochastic breaks during the bull market, and how it'll stay up top and it'll come down a little bit, and maybe Bitcoin will retrace during that time, maybe it won't, but then it'll just run right back up to the top without making its full oscillation to the bottom. So
Fucking A.
yeah,
Right.
you gotta. It's a tool and it's one piece of the puzzle, but
Yeah.
it doesn't. You can't always rely just on that. You got to be aware of where we are in this cycle.
I've taken profit on my Bitcoin spot already. I've taken a chunk at a couple areas, and I got a couple more that I'm gonna tap a little bit out as well. Going up to 48 if we do make it there. I'm firm on that, and I'll be adding at a recheck of 30K is what I'm thinking. that would be a perfect situation, you know, 31, 32, 33K. I'd be targeting those numbers, but
Mm-hmm.
ain't no promise we're going back to there. Technically, you know, on a technical basis, it would be beautiful. I might be roboting right now, aren't I?
No, you're good.
Oh shit. But yeah, that's where I'm at with it. There's a lot of trees here. Normally I lose service when I'm coming through here.
No, I was going up to a canyon or to the hills again. There's a lot of fucking hills when I gotta leave my house.
That's because you playboy. You're out there in the hills.
Well, I have to. I got daughters. I gotta see those
Let's
guys
go.
coming.
Hey, I'm trying to get where you're at. Trust me. Not California, but where you're at.
No, we're not all perfect. I told my girls they're not allowed to date until they're married.
Fucking
So, we'll
yeah,
see
you
how
sound
that
like
goes.
me, dude.
See how that goes.
That's how I am. I tell mine, daddy's your only boyfriend until you're out of my house. You ain't allowed to have any daddy's your guy.
Right. You know,
They
I
ain't gonna
watched.
listen.
No, my 17-year-old has little gatherings of guys and girls, and they know the rules. And every time, and I know the kid, you know, and I know his parents, but every time he walks in, not every time, but the first time he walked in, I grabbed my phone and I took a close-up picture of his face. And he just like, wow, said, hey, how's it going? Good, good. I'm America's dad. Nice to meet you. Okay. That was it. He's just like, oh, fuck.
That's hilarious. That's a good idea. I think I'm gonna use that, brother.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
I wish I would have thought about it, but I got it from an episode of Last Man Standing with Tim Allen.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, they come over to take his daughter to the prom, and he was snapping pictures of both of them, and then he brings the phone right up to his face and snaps the picture and just stares at him. I was like, yeah,
That's gold.
fucking notes taken.
Fucking A. Yeah, they'll think twice before they do some fuck shit. You know how them young
Yeah.
boys are, man. We were young men at one point.
Oh yeah. I tell my daughter, I'm like, you go ask your mom. Go talk to your mom. She'll tell you how much I help people study.
Fucking A.
Yeah. I don't know. I think kind of my wife is the one that kind of, because I still get blushed over talking anything like that with my kid. I just kind of like, no, the fucking answer's no. And my wife is the one that actually educates them and says, well, you have to make sure and this and that, but still no, the answer's no. But she's smarting them up, you know. I don't want them being surprised. Does that make sense?
Got to do that, man.
All right.
Yep, absolutely. See, mine's that I'm being too much and be like, well, maybe you should ease up a little bit. I think you're being a little bit too much like a drill sergeant. It's like, no. I ain't giving no leeway.
Right. So the thing is that you want to make sure that they don't hide it behind your back eventually, because at 15,
Yep.
that's when they get balls. 11, 12 is when they start getting, attitude. But at 15 is when they put it into play. Like, all right, let's see.
Yep.
And you're just like,
that's when their hormones are raging.
Right.
It's the hormones, man. Their hormones start getting crazy.
Right.
Yeah, for me, the biggest thing is lying. Like, mine. I got a 9-year-old girl. You see, because lying is a no-no on any circumstance. And another thing too is I let them know that I'm here to talk about anything. I'm always, if you need to talk about anything, then come to me, because you can talk to me, and I'm reasonable, and I'm not just here to be, your boss and boss you around. I'm here to make sure that you don't make mistakes because I love you, and that's the critical
Right.
part.
Yeah. When you make mistakes, not if you make mistakes. When you make mistakes.
Right. They're going to. Exactly. They're
Oh
not old
yeah.
enough though to hear that yet. You're gonna make mistakes. That's like the 12, 13-year-old, because then they're already going to be making mistakes, I'm sure.
Right.
Oh Lord, you got me my blood boiling already thinking about that. My goodness.
It's gonna happen, bro. I have a 28-year-old, or she'll be 28.
Yeah, dude.
So in my eyes, she's still my little baby, but I have to remember she's a woman, and I just can't sit there and think, because I'll be like, fuck,
You'll snap. That's how I am. I'll
Right.
snap in that scenario.
Right.
And then they
Yeah,
don't want to be
that's
around you because they're like,
right.
they
That's
push you
someone's
away,
body
right?
you're with right now. You think
Yep.
about it.
Yeah, and you don't want them to push you away either, especially when they get older, 15, 16, 17, 18. You don't want to make them push you away. That's what women do, when you know how it is. I mean, especially, when they're going through that phase, 18. I don't even want to think about it, man. It's going to be brutal. I already know.
How old are you? You're still going through that phase.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm 28 and I already got 3 of them. So at least I'll be young enough and I'll be in shape. So if I need to crack a motherfucker's skull, I could, I could make it happen.
I'll tell you what, bro, 28 is the best year of your life. I don't know why, but everything happened to me at 28, and everyone I knew that had a good story. Like, how old are you? Like, I was around, I think I was 28. I'm like, fuck. So I've come to a conclusion that 28 is the best year of your life.
It's been a great year, man. I don't know about the best year. I think 25 was my best so far in terms of just everything. But 28 has been fun.
Insurance went down.
Yep, that's facts.
Mine was 28. Every time I was at a party, I met someone cool, like, oh, how old are you? Oh, 28. Like, yeah, I want to be like you, dude.
Yeah.
And I think what it is because at 30, that's it. Life changes. Not life's over. Life changes. You can be 18, 19 years old, live at mom's, and people will still be like, oh, okay, all right. And in your 20s, people still forgive you. No matter what the mistake is, like, oh, you're at your mom's back? Yeah, I got this. Oh, cool. But when you turn 30, there's no more people's eyes looking at you. At that point, you still live at mom's, you're a piece of shit. You know, like, get the fuck up. There's no
Way before.
excuses for your mistakes. I'm just saying, though, society-wise, I feel that once someone says they're in their 30s, they no longer give them the break that they would give them if they were in their 20s.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yep.
And I think that's subconsciously people know that, and that's why 28 is the best year of your life.
Yeah, it's like right before you hit 30. I feel that. Yeah, if you're, 30 and you're still fucking up and living at mommy's house, that's wild. I would say even 25. I was out at 17, man, on my own. So I'm built different.
Yeah. There's not too many of your age group that can say that.
Well, I do envy that though. A lot of my friends, not a lot, but a few of them, they were able to stay home and they stacked money and they got degrees, and then they fucking got their mom and dad to help them buy a big ass house. Around this age, a couple of my friends just bought houses because they were at home the whole fucking time. It's like, man, y'all are cheaters.
Right, but listen, you believe in God, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, I know it's all the plan.
He gives you what you can handle. Those guys couldn't handle working at 17. That's fine. It's not cheating. If you sit there and try, that's what I don't do anymore. I don't yearn for other people's shit or life. I learned to block that out of my fucking head, because that right there was my biggest killer when I was young. Like, fuck, man, why is
and it doesn't matter either.
Right, and I'm telling you, bro, I knew guys that can't spell their last name. that are fucking successful. Like, what the fuck? How is that fair? They just hustled
That's
it, you know?
100%. That's what I learned at like 23, 24. I stopped, giving a fuck about what other people are doing and realized, it's me versus me. That's when I really flipped the switch around 23, and I started getting real gangster about money and everything else, and really doing it, doing well. But I already did all that shit before any of my buddies. But it was good. I was happy for them, but it was just like, man, how much more money could I have made if I had that situation? But I wouldn't have wanted to stay home, man. I'm a free bird. I got to get the fuck out there, and see shit and do shit. I can't be staying at mom's house. That ain't a good look, man. Not when you're in your 20, like mid to late 20s. Fuck all that, man.
Right? Like, what kind of girl you gonna attract that's gonna go for you living at your mom's at 29?
Yeah, that's wild. Unless she's living at hers, at the same point. I don't know. It's wild.
Well,
Even
that's
more than that
that's
too, bro.
me.
That
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
like subconsciously, I don't know about you, but for me, that would destroy my confidence, man. Like being at home. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't be my best self, like living under. You know what I'm saying? You wouldn't feel, to me as a man, I wouldn't feel fulfilled in that scenario.
Right. Yeah, girls to me, if she's at home at 28, working, studying, I get it. I don't know if I could ever tell my girls to get out. My oldest one, she
Oh, I'm the
left
same
at
way.
18. But, I don't see, and it makes me sexist or whatever, but I don't know. Girls just,
I agree 1000% with you. I feel the exact same way about that. And it isn't sexist. It's an understanding of the role.
right, right.
Well, there's no more pot roast left.
What was that?
There's no more pot roast left now.
Damn. Tonight I go to dinner. Tomorrow I'm having hot pot for lunch. It's gonna be good. You ever had hot pot?
What? I don't know what y'all call a hot pot.
Um, you, I don't know how to explain it. It's a hot pot. It's why are the flags half masted? There's I don't know, Chinese or Vietnamese or Asian place. I don't know. They make these soups and they bring them to your table on little boxes and they turn them on. They turn the gas on them and they stay just hot the whole time you're eating them. And you can get, beef or chicken or seafood. It's just fucking awesome.
Well, see, we call it, like, we do something like that here called seafood boil, but we dump it out
Yeah,
on the
no,
table,
yeah,
and
you're right. I know what a seafood boil is. Yeah,
and then
they're different.
a crock pot, we do, like the pot roast with potatoes and carrots and onions and all that. But a hot pot, like a bowl of soup that stays hot the whole time, I don't think I've ever had that.
Yeah, it's not just soup. It's a whole fuckload of shit inside. I would suggest searching to see if there's one where you're at, and then try it out one day. They're fucking good.
I'll try one.
And I mean, out here they're all over the place because where we're at. I'm not saying that North Carolina don't have them, or South Carolina. Where are you at? North or South?
North, by Lejeune.
Oh yeah, Jacksonville. I spread a lot of seed in Jacksonville. um, Yeah, it's great food.
I'll have to find one. See, I'm sure one because we've got a bunch of Thai places and Asian places now, and they're popping up everywhere. There's this one place called Bamboo House. I have to check them out because a lot of people go there. That's been a real popular spot over the past year. I just never been there, just because I do hibachi myself here, and
Oh yeah.
that's what we normally eat. We love fried rice. So
I just
I love
posted
doing
two
hibachi.
pictures in general. Sorry.
Oh yeah, that looks good. So it's got potatoes and the meat and
That's the hot pot. And they don't until you tell them turn it off, that shit stays fucking hot. It's really good, man. Should be nice.
I'm gonna
But I
try.
gotta get through work today.
Yeah, everybody around here went crazy about hibachi, and now that everybody's got a flat top, uh, people don't go to eat hibachi as much anymore. So these other style of Asian cuisine places started popping up with stuff like that, instead of hibachi. Because it used to be everywhere you
Right.
looked there was a hibachi place.
You ever had Korean barbecue?
Yes, sir.
Oh, those are fucking phenomenal. You gotta check your gout at the door though if you're gonna eat one of those.
I tell you what I wanted to do, and I may do it eventually. But when I lived on my other property up in Winston-Salem, I had a barbecue pit where I poured a concrete slab and I had 8-inch blocks laid. I laid these blocks and then I put my rack in and then I finished laying my blocks on top of that rack. And I put a door, it had a door on the front of it where you can open that door and shovel your hot coals in. And I built a cedar lid for the whole thing so that the lid, sits down over top of it to cover everything. And then I went on the inside of that cedar lid and pretty much covered the whole thing with like the inside of like a wood stove. That material that you see inside of wood stoves, that brick liner stuff. I put that on the inside of that wood, and that was my favorite barbecue pit, man. You do whole hogs, you could do, a single Boston butt if you wanted to, but you could do like 10 racks of ribs, whatever. I mean, that was my favorite pit to ever cook on. It was slow, but man, every time it was the best damn barbecue I ever eat.
Sounds fucking great.
You had to you had to spend all night standing there shoveling hot coals in there to get it hot. What I used to do is I'd build me a fire inside of there first and get things going, get it real hot inside of there, and then I would spread those coals out real good to get me a good bed going, and then I had a burn barrel set up beside it, and I would just sit there and just keep burning wood, and I would had a hole in the bottom of it where I could just stick my shovel in there and get all the hot coals out and put them in the box and keep it about 210, 220. Whole hog takes me about 14 hours. Shoo!
Sounds good. I made it to work. I'm gonna put you guys on mute.
What up, people? How's your day going? What's that?
What's going on?
Hey, man, just saying hey.
I'm sitting here watching the weather, watching Ryan Hall do the thing with those storms through Tennessee, Kentucky, Arkansas, Mississippi.
You know what's brewing for us on the Jersey coast? 50 to 60 mile an hour winds if this thing forms right in the next 2 days.
Yay.
Are you guys in any like nor'easter type situation with this after this formation?
Yep.
Dang.
Hey, here's what's crazy. It's 70 degrees outside right now, bro.
I know. I've had the kids out in long sleeve t-shirts running around getting hot.
I went out there earlier to get the chop saw and stuff out of the back of my car, and I come back to the house to get my scooter and was going to go out there and work in the shop, but then it started sprinkling, and I was like, well, I'm not going to leave my scooter out in the damn rain. So I come sit on the porch, and the rain went away and the sun came out. Well, then it started raining again. I'm like, well, shit. I'll just come back in here and sit down.
Yeah, one of them days.
We had the big woodpeckers with the red on their head.
Every once in a while, and they have like a gray, marbled gray back, white belly.
Yeah, they're real big.
Yep.
They're real big ones.
They're big. They look scary. Yeah, they're awesome looking.
We got two of them, and it was in the backyard, and the blue jays run their ass off.
You know what? I've never seen. Let me take that back. Sometimes grackles are mean, but I've seen blue jays attack other birds and take their nest.
They're ferocious, man. They're mean. They're some mean ass birds.
I didn't realize. I've seen them before in life, but I didn't realize they were so big. I saw one in my parents' yard before, and I just didn't realize. I'm an outdoor guy too and bird dude, but like I just never saw a full size, male blue jay till that day, and I'm like, dang.
Blue jays, big blue jays, and big woodpeckers. And then with the mockingbirds, down here, especially here on the coastline, we've got a bunch of hawks. So the mockingbirds all sound like hawks.
Mm. Yeah, we got a lot of red-tail, osprey, and bald eagle. A lot of red-tail hawks. Why are there's so many? They eat all the ducks and stuff around.
It's cool watching them, man.
Yeah, hey Don, just so you know, I will be in here as much as I can. I'm kind of I'm having my kids like with me a lot more, just going forward. Just a few things are changing, not really bad per se, but I'll be trading more just on spot and a little bit differently as things go. I'll still be in here working with you though.
That's cool, man. I mean, I get it. Life happens. It is what it is. I mean, that's just. I miss having you around.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't done a whole lot of chart updates, just because there hadn't been a whole lot going on, and so I've just been, kind of just letting that sit for a minute because really hadn't been anything big to focus on until we start seeing some movement, right?
Yeah, I'm just kind of sitting on my hands anyway. Yeah, I'm waiting for a move to resistance or support, and want to play it on little ad spot here and there. Yeah, man.
I put a bot on Ethereum Classic. Crazy was jumping on it last night, so and kept looking at DYDX. So I put a bot. I put $1,000 bot on ETC and a $500 bot on DYDX just to see if they would play big, and waiting to see if they're either going to break out or hit my stop loss. 'Cause I put a stop loss on both of them.
Okay, good.
But it's just to see what's going to happen right there. I mean, it's not like any major deal. I mean, it's just if ETC does break out, I can make some good money with that $1,000 on it.
Yep. This morning, it was like, I don't know, maybe 3, 2, 3. And I woke up early. I'm charting on there, and all I was like yesterday and today. I'm just like, oh God, please, people, set your stop losses. We look like we're gonna, again, I'm not playing anything, but it just looked like we were getting into a possible movement earlier.
Yeah, I mean, it's
signaling weakness on the run now.
Yeah, I mean, it's when I was looking at the charts, I'm like, I go to the 1 hour, and I'm like, well, I you really hadn't done anything major. I mean, if we were sitting back down below that 750 mark, at 43,750, then I would be concerned. But then I really still wouldn't get really worried until we broke 535, 43, 535. But I mean, just sitting here sideways chopping, and from that 750 range up to 44.2 range, man, it's just weekend chop. I was hoping to see a little more action out of the alts.
Yeah, I have a feeling me and you are going to be buying heavy in the next 2.5 to 4 weeks.
Well, I don't know if anybody's even looked, but XCN is up 60%. And it was up as high as 75%. It lost to 0. So,
This is the first volume spike for altcoins. They will have it's like setting the tone, basically, I think, here. This is good. Does Crazy keep lighting up, or is that just my imagination?
I'm lighting up.
Yeah, you're lighting up okay. Okay. It's just my imagination.
But look at that XCN, man. That is insane, bro. That's the JP Morgan coin. Look at that thing roll.
You're talking about
That thing is moving, man. SRM, Serum. SRM is up 50%.
I would just like to congratulate everybody in here that bought the absolute floor bottom, basically. Good job.
Hey, where's Feather at? Oh my gosh, look at Flair.
She killing it.
She was asking that while watching.
Is she okay? Did you get to talk to her today?
I have not talked to her. Look at these bangers, man. God. AVAX, $32. 88.
It's looking good.
88's pulled back a little bit, back down to 58.
Oh man, I am so excited. These coins, they're all popping off. We'll get that time before the BTC run. There is a window of buy-ins that will come from these things. I'm not suggesting it to people. You should have, probably all should have been buying, but the way they're moving up to a resistance, they're establishing new levels. We're going to get more opportunities coming forward. I think late December is what it's looking like.
I gotta go check my Coinbase account. I haven't even looked at my Coinbase account. Because I was buying that XCN low.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I've seen people buy at points in the market in this group right here that are so low. It's just going to look like geniuses here in another year. Oh my God. buying in extreme fear is definitely it doesn't feel like a safe bet, but it definitely is at the time.
I mean, it's you gotta. I mean, it takes balls, right? But I mean, if what's the difference in taking the risk now versus jumping in on a 20x in the middle of a run? What's the damn difference? Other than you miss 20% of your run.
Yo,
What up, honky?
what up? What's going on?
You see them charts I'm putting in general, sir?
Take a look.
That's how you make moves.
What am I looking at?
Go look at that XCN. It was up 75% a while ago.
What you're saying? You're showing that it pulled back?
No, it took off running. XCN is rolling. It's up. It's up another 60% today.
Oh shit! Damn.
Yeah, I mean it is rolling. SRM's up 50% right now. FLIR's up 35% right now.
Gangster. Look at IMX, Mutable X still running. And market.
Crazy. I don't know if you heard. I was just telling Donnie
What's
if
that?
whoever bought, like a couple months ago, like a few people in this group, like we've been holding, accumulating stuff. Whoever bought during that low that we just experienced, that everyone was criticizing, saying we're going lower. What y'all gonna look like geniuses here next year.
Yeah, I agree.
Like in an insane exponential way. Crypto is exponential.
Yeah, like making life changing money. I'm about to do it two cycles in a row. Let's
There
get
you
it.
go.
Lord willing, right?
Yeah. I'm not trying to be overly confident or cocky. I'm just saying I'm very excited for a few people. It's not just one or two of you. There's a few people that got some good buys. I'm very excited for them.
Yeah, man. You too. I mean, we saw you buying when everybody was scared too. So
Dude, I was scared, but the charts don't lie.
that's right. I mean, look at Algorand. That's incredible, man. I remember when it was at 8 cents and everybody was like, "Man, I'll buy it at 4 cents."
Oh, I admit it. I remember the day too, because Trego and I were both looking at it when Solana went down that day. And I'm not gonna say there was just the talk was that it was dropping to a certain level, and
Oh yeah, I heard.
I let myself be influenced not to buy that, and I was very disappointed in myself so much with that.
Yeah, it's all right. There's more opportunities, thankfully.
I know, but I like Solano, and that was the one buy I'm gonna regret. That's the only thing I regret of this bull cycle. I'm letting that bother me just a smidge, so I remember not to let myself be influenced.
Yeah, don't feel too bad. I bought Solana between $12 and $15 last bull cycle and sold it at 45 and watched it go to 240. So
Oh my god!
yep,
Nice
I thought
profit though. Nice
yeah,
profit, but
yeah, I
wow.
know. See, that's why, when I'm looking at here, I'm looking at, all right, I need to take some profit. My spot bag is over doubled now. That's when I think, I hope that I don't feel like I did with Solana last bull run.
Have I ever told y'all a story about the time that the the company I was working for sent me USDT to pay me back for my um, trading view account?
Mm-mm.
So I had to use my own personal trading view to set up some of the stuff I was doing, and I had to have the highest end account there was, and there was no real specials going on. So I paid for it, and they reimbursed me with USDT. And the guy was the owner of the company. We were on a call, and he sent it to my KuCoin. And I was like, well, let's do a high risk play right here while I got you on the phone. I'm gonna use my indicator, and let's test this thing out right here live. And I put it on Solana, and I had a long signal, and I hit the buy button on a 20x with $670. That motherfucker put on a candle from hell.
Oh, I remember. I think you did tell me this. That's badass, dude.
I was so tickled, man. He was like, man, you got balls to take that kind of money and do a 20x just out of the blue like that. I was like, what the indicator said buy, so I bought.
It's wild, man. That was a wild ride for Solana, man. That thing was just ripping up nonstop for fucking weeks.
It was a pretty run. ADA had that pretty run too.
Yeah, a lot of them did, and the run that they're doing right now, looking a lot like that run. I don't think it's the same run, but I mean, when
Oh
they
no,
get
not
going,
yet, not yet, not yet, not yet.
when they get going though, they fucking go, man. It's crazy, and it's quick. Just a
No,
couple days.
altcoins, because BTC, every run is diminishing exponentially. You can see the money, excuse me, the money percentage dispersing into altcoins heavier and heavier into better and better projects. So if we had what 3 or 4 trillion cap last time, and BTC took a certain portion, if our total crypto market cap even doubles, and BTC diminishes the same amount of volume, there's going to be altcoins that go to numbers that don't make sense.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look,
XRP could be that coin. It could be ridiculous.
yeah, I think it will be. It'll be one of them. Cardano just in 7 days went up. At its high at 65 when it hit. That's 67% in a week. That's fucking balling, man. That ain't shit though for an altcoin, really. I mean, that's like when the bull run's going on, that's like a normal week. You can have 3 months of those weeks when the real altcoin season is here.
We used to have this one. We used to have this one chick in our group. She was a OnlyFans chick, and she was coming in and learning about trading and stuff, and she was pretty cool because she also bred Frenchies, and it was just cool hanging out with her. But she was one of them. She was a wild one, man. She'd go in there on a 5x with 20K, and she hit that ADA so damn hard, man. I mean, she couldn't believe the amount of money that she just made. And she was like, I don't even have to do shit no more.
Damn.
I don't
She
have
don't even gotta suck dick on camera anymore, huh?
her husband was in the background hooping and hollering, and they were cool ass people, man. That's another group of people, man. I wish I didn't get run off. They got put out same way happened with our other friend, right? But they were some good people, man. They always, took care of the group and, tipped like hell and appreciated all the help. It was a different group. It was in a whole different group that I was in. It was a real private group. No YouTube, just a private group. There's only about 15, 20 of us in there.
Word.
We had access to, because when I was working with that company, I had access to a lot of things that, cost $6,000-7,000 a month to have. And I don't have that shit no more, so.
You don't need it. Don't worry.
Oh no, I mean, it just have to do more work like this, but hey, I enjoy doing it. It's just something else to learn.
It ain't work if you like it. If you enjoy it, it ain't work. That's the way I see it. And I enjoy this shit, man. But it is hard work. And there are, drawn out periods of time where it is uh, negative emotionally. It doesn't make you feel great, but the good times are worth it, man. When the market is being kind and being fruitful, it's a different feeling, man.
It's always stressful though. It never lets you down on the stress level. So I learned something about my computer today. I was sitting here clicking some buttons and I found this one tab. This the a gaming hub that opens the thing for my Omen, right?
For your open?
Omen, that's the name of the computer.
Oh, okay.
So it's got it tells me the temperatures and all that stuff.
Yeah, I got that too.
So
Internal temperature, fan speed, all that bullshit.
yeah. So my CPU, I am utilizing 1% right now. I am using 1% of my CPU. I'm only using 20% of my GPU. I'm streaming on Discord, streaming on YouTube. I've got two 43-inch 4Ks going, and I'm only using the worst that I've seen yet has been 37% of my GPU. I'm running at 125 degrees on my CPU, 89 degrees on my GPU.
You said 125 degrees?
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck? Why is it so hot?
They say it's hot. They say that's normal. That's normal operating range.
What?
Yeah.
It's hot, dude.
Yeah. Go in there and touch that motherfucker. And then I'm only using like 20% of my RAM. This thing is rolling, bro.
I'm gonna tell you mine. I gotta update the app. I haven't used it in a while. I can change the colors though on my thing to reflect the temperature. Like the color will change, the LEDs. Like if it's cool, it'll be blue. If it's a little warm, it'll get green. If it's heating up, it'll get red. But this thing, I mean, it's quiet, dude. I don't ever hear it make any noise. Does yours make noise when you're streaming?
No, I don't hear this thing. It's so quiet. That's why I'm
Yeah.
like, what the hell? Why don't I hear these fans?
Yeah, I did turn on a game one time on here. It was Trago told me he was on PUBG, so I went on there just to play it, and it was garbage on the computer. But I did hear the fans kick on when that was running, so that makes sense, you know. But I don't ever hear them kick on unless, you know, other than that one time. Otherwise, it's quiet.
Damn, this thing's got a network booster and everything in it. What the hell?
Man, I gotta run. I do not feel like running.
OBS, my OBS, so the OBS in Discord, OBS uses 84% of my bandwidth. Discord uses about 20%. That's crazy. Oh, this is where I turn all these damn lights off. Oh, and I can change the colors. Oh, I gotta get
What?
I can get it. Yeah, I got lights all over this thing. This thing it's got 3 fans on the front of it, and it's got 2 fans in the back of it, plus the fans in top of the uh, video card, and then my memory lights up too.
Yeah, mine too. My memory sticks got the LEDs in the front, LEDs in the back, little LEDs all over it. Got them everywhere.
I do like the white though.
I never look at them. My son likes them. He crawls over here and he looks and he's fucking licking the glass. Does yours have a glass cover?
Yeah, uh-huh.
My son thinks there's popsicles in there or something. Yeah, I'm updating this fucking app and it's taking forever. What the fuck, man?
Pretty.
Say what?
That's a pretty. Oh, I could do color cycles. Look at there. I
Yeah,
could
you
do.
got the same shit I got. You could do strobe, you could do fucking all sorts of different shit, right?
I can
Little
do
magic.
galaxy, volcano, jungle, ocean.
Yep. You got the same shit I got. Have fun with that. I sat there for fucking 45 minutes trying to figure out which one I wanted. I like the strobe, or not strobe, the like ambient. It like goes in and out, like pulsating. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what this is doing right now. That's pretty hot. Oh shit. That's badass.
It's pretty cool. I ain't never had a computer like this one.
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yep, yep.
Yep.
Did you say something to me or not?
Oh, we're just talking about these while I'm messing with my computer.
He's making his computer light up different colors. Fuck is going on with his shit? He's getting it kicked in and kicked out.
He's probably outside on his phone.
Yeah, probably. Damn, this thing's annoying, bro. Fucking download. Why the fuck is this taking so long to download? Nothing takes this long.
What are you downloading?
It's just telling me that my interface that tells me all that shit you're talking about, where you could change the LEDs and shit. It's updating, and it's taking like 4 minutes, and nothing ever takes this long with this computer. I don't know. This app is a little. I guess I haven't used it in so long. It's a little outdated.
Oh hell, I can turn the performance up. Turbo, auto. Yeah, here we go. Let's see what it does now.
Uh-oh, you ready to blow that bitch up, huh?
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna let this shit install. I'm gonna go run before I procrastinate and it's fucking dark and I'm running in the dark like an idiot.
It's already 4:30, cuss.
I know, I got an hour. It'll take me an hour to get it done. It'll be getting dark. I ain't scared though. I'll stab a motherfucker, you know what I'm saying?
All right, have fun out there. Be careful.
I'll be right back.